Testing, testing. Hello everyone and welcome to the 5th and final weekend of the PTC Therapeutics Premiership here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre for the opening game of day one, the Saturday. Here we have an intriguing fixture against Sevenoaks and Northern Thunder. Northern Thunder participating in their final ever National League weekend, with the club set to fold at the conclusion of game week 5. Joined on commentary by chairperson of the WFA, Brian Dix. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, and good morning all.
Absolutely, good morning all. Thank you to all that are joining us across the Pro My Sport YouTube channel, live on the WFA's YouTube channel. West Bromwich Albion Throttles have just kicked off against reigning champions West Bromwich Albion. Another fantastic fixture, but here we have Sevenoaks looking to finish the season on a high, likewise with Northern Thunder, with the information I just mentioned about their folding at the conclusion of game week 5. Let's go through the team lineups and then we'll talk you through the action, centred currently by Carolyn Bean. For Sevenoaks, they have Greg Baxter adorning the bright pink goalkeeper jersey. He'll have a partnership with Carl Alexander as Northern Thunder just attempt that boom boom shot on the edge of the box, just fired into the side of the defensive Sevenoaks wall. So yeah, Greg Baxter, Carl Alexander with two wingers of Harry Beswick and Miles Miller. Set ball won by Jack Maxwell, advancing down that right hand wing, back to Ed Common in the centre, blocked by Miles Miller. Maxwell over to Ed Common, who scores a fantastic goal to open the account within 5 minutes of this opening game. Great connection between Maxwell and Ed Common, just shows the quality they have. I'm sure we will talk about it at length throughout the final weekend of our Premiership weekend, but it is an incredible shame that one of the country's most successful teams in the history of the sport will be folding. They will certainly be missed from mine and many others' perspective. I was just saying, Bri, how incredibly sad it is and disappointing that this will be Northern Thunder's final weekend.
Yeah, completely so. I mean, when I first started, and I've only been involved for 10 years.
Only.
They were, you know, the steadfast team to look at when I first started. They were strong. They had depth. You know, they were the complete unit.
And they still are to a certain degree. Obviously, they've had difficulties with player numbers throughout the 22-23 season. But they were still challenging at the very top of the table for large percentages of this league. Be incredibly disappointing. You can see now Sevenoaks, a very accomplished, well-trained and drilled unit. And at the moment, Northern Thunder have the better of them, leading by 1-0. That single Ed Common finish, separating the sides in our opening game. It Looks like West Bromwich Albion on Court B currently have the lead against West Bromwich Albion Throssels. They're chasing their 5th consecutive Premiership trophy with some absolutely mouth-watering fixtures across game week 5. They're set to kick off against Aspire tomorrow at 10:30. Keep an eye on the social media of the Wiltshire Football Association for more details. I'll strive to get everything and anything to make sure that is well viewed. And a fantastic finish once again by Ed Common, slotting the ball in that right-hand post. This time Matty Harrison, the provider, on the right-hand wing. And I think Sevenoaks just struggling to understand how they've been picked off so easily in the opening 7.5 minutes. It's Northern Thunder 2, Sevenoaks 0.
That was such a class act to see. It's so smooth. You know, you just don't, you think it's not going to be able to be scored like that, but they make it so easy. It's such a shame that we're going to be not seeing that anymore, and the players will go off and play different teams, and you know, they just won't be together anymore.
Absolutely. So I think obviously the players' impending transfers to other clubs within our National League structures are yet to be confirmed, but we hope all of them continue to play at the highest level possible. Yeah. Just look at some of the players they have on show. Ed Common, one of the country's, if not world's, leading players.
Definitely.
Jack Maxwell, another.
Mr. Consistent.
Yeah. Matty Harrison.
Yeah.
Another who's been a constant in this Northern Thunder side.
Yeah. And like, it was only not very long ago that Sam Smith was again an integral part of the team.
Yeah, himself and Logan Mitchelson. Yeah. Obviously, they're the current Cup champions, having beat West Bromwich Albion last year at St George's Park. So they're leaving the game at the very top. Worth noting that we have our Disability Cup final next weekend, Sunday, scheduled for I think 12:40 kick-off at St George's Park. We'll give all the details across the WFA's website and social media, but that will be broadcast live on BT Sport 3 as Jack Maxwell has another attempt at goal, and that will be contested between Aspire PFC and Newcastle, which I hope will be an absolutely incredible fixture, a real celebration of our sport where we can show the masses, so to speak, and the wider the football community what we're all about. So Matty Harrison, the Northern Thunder number 10 on that right-hand wing, fires it into the box, cleared by Greg Baxter. Harry Bestwick trying to reverse, met by Ed Common in the centre of the court, who just dispossesses the Sevenoaks number 7. He's going to try and flick it to the right-hand wing where Matty Harrison currently occupies the space. Fired out of play once again, and it's good pressure, continual pressure from Northern Thunder. Yeah, 10 minutes gone.
Once again, well worked up there, and the minimum they wanted was a corner, and that's what they got. Something you don't see very often. Ed Common's misplacing the ball off the side of his chair.
Miller just controls with the front of his chair very well, rotates back to Carl Alexander, exchanges some nice passes between the two Sevenoaks players, blocked eventually by Ed Common on the left hand side, flicked it, a faint flick over to Matty Harrison, even deceived me. But that's one thing that Ed Common does so effectively. His use of deception, and if any players want to take any single trait from Ed's game, it's his use of deception and disguising his intentions of passes, shots, and that is why he is one of the world's best players.
I think as it comes to world players, there are only two other players that I can think of who can do it as well as, if not sometimes better, would be our own John Borden,
Momo.
And Momo.
Yeah.
Even Brian Wise just can't seem to get that one under his belt, but
it's, as you said, it's a trait that very few players have. It's one thing to kind of think it, it's another thing to execute it.
Yeah.
And that's what makes Ed one of the world's leading players. Obviously travelling to Sydney as part of the 8 players for England's 2023 Fit for Power Shift at World Cup, as Jack Maxwell has an attempt, couldn't quite get the timing on that 180 spin kick. I think the Sevenoaks defenders in Kyle Alexander and Greg Baxter would have been there to block any effort from Maxwell. But again, the danger signs are there, and Sevenoaks struggling so far in this game. Next up on court A, AFC Bournemouth Warriors take on Leeds, and a fantastic effort from Matty Harrison. Just ricochets off the right-hand post. Once again, they're finding that space on that right-hand wing.
But the move just before that, to put Ed Commons, take it to the far left-hand side, and then pinpoint accuracy across everybody to find Maxwell at the back post. It was absolutely superb. And they're not playing what you say was an easy team. They're playing a team which are well drilled. We know Adam will go over and over and over again each of the drills he goes through. So a well worked team. But Northern Thunder, when they want to, we're just cutting through them.
Yeah, completely that. Only 9 points at the start of this game separated the sides. Northern Thunder were in third. Sevenoaks in seventh, but it just, if you want to see how competitive the league is, you just need to reference the table. Only 4 points separate fourth and ninth. How about that, Brian?
It's crazy, isn't it?
And it's the same with the Championship. It was arguably the most competitive, brilliant year of Championship football we've ever had, to the point where
totally agree.
Second, third and fourth were all on joint points, approaching the final game. Only goal difference separated them, and whilst they all finished on equal points, goal difference separated it. So, and we saw an unprecedented finish in that division, with both Nomad Knights clinching the Championship trophy, and Hull and East Yorkshire gaining promotion to the Premiership for the first time in their club's history. So commiserations to Manchester United and Middlesbrough, but
of course,
if they take that and channel that, Manchester United still have another chance to gain promotion through that one-off playoff game set to take place here, the Lee Westwood Sports Centre, on July 15th. We'll give more details, and they will play whoever finishes 10th in this division, which may look, we yet to have it confirmed, because there's a number of teams competing in this year's Premiership, that Northern Thunder included, that may not be present for the 23-24 season. So but I'm probably biased, but I just don't think any country in the world matches the level of competitiveness across our National League structure.
I don't think that's you being biased. I think it's I'm very lucky to have gone across most of the European leagues and seen the standard of play and seeing their teams. They may have one or two standout teams, but the depth we have in this country, which follows suit to our the running game, I think we've got a far superior setup.
Completely.
Far superior.
I genuinely believe on their day any team could challenge any other team in our league. We've seen teams fighting towards the bottom of the league, Brighton and Leeds, to mention just two, that are really giving teams at the top and the summit of our Premiership table a good run for their money.
Totally, yeah. And it's great to see. You know,
it's incredible as a product.
Yeah, as the years roll on, you know, the competitiveness and the fair games and everything else we're seeing, it's just superb for the game for us over here.
So Matty Harrison with possession on the right hand wing, met by Kyle Alexander, just trying to kickstart a Sevenoaks counter attack. The Northern Thunder number 10 does well. Over to Maxwell on the left. Once again, can't quite get the timing on that 180 spin kick, and it goes out for a Sevenoaks ball. Looks like it currently is West Bromwich Albion 2, West Bromwich Albion Throttles 0. So I think that puts them joint points on. I think that puts them in first spot. They have a more favourable goal difference than Aspire. So for the initial instance, they go top of the table. Again, a further testament to how competitive this league is. Nothing is decided, neither at the top or the bottom.
It's going to be a classic game by game changing table, I think, today.
Baxter blocks Commons' effort. Alexander over to Bestwick, been fairly isolated in the last 5 or 10 minutes. High on this left-hand wing, or Sevenoaks right.
And if you're watching on live stream, you may see in the corner of the room a new addition to the skill set that the WFA are getting. We've got a television up there which shows the score as it happens. It shows who scored. It shows any substitutes being made. It introduces you to who's commentating. So Ryan's name will be popping up there quite a bit, and it just shows what's going on behind the scenes. I mean, my hat would come off to Alex Dowden on this one. He spent a lot of time on his computer making sure that this works and it's visually correct and it's visually great for the WFA and anybody who wants to watch what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think you can see it on the stream currently, but yeah, at full credit. But a full credit to everyone behind the scenes. We wouldn't be where we are without Nick Woodward and Alex Dowden. I don't know if they're listening upstairs, but every time I get the chance to rave about them, I do, because we have. We spoke about the product we have. It's one thing having the product. It's one thing. Another thing showing our product and to the masses. This is the elite end of our sport, and we want any and everyone to see what we're about. And having live streams, having commentary, obviously our fantastic partnership with Amazon Web Services have made this all possible. But our National League sponsors, PTC Therapeutics, have contributed significantly to the development of the National League across this season. And we know approaching the 23-24 season, we're going to be in the best position possible. Sadly, without your leadership and at the top of our organisation, Brian.
Yeah, but like everything, things will move on, and I'm sure that the WFA are doing everything they can to make sure that the person who steps in can take it further and grow and expand on what you're doing. I mean, just going back to what you just said about Nick, I mean, I remember Nick coming in the one time for a chat to see if there's something we can do. Is there something he can do with ProMi? Would it fit together? And nobody was sure what it would be like. It just shows that in 2 years how far it's come.
Just the evolution of it, isn't it?
It's absolutely superb. So, you know, knowing that Nick has helped and supported.
No, I completely agree. And
without him, we wouldn't be here doing this.
We wouldn't.
Nobody would have thought about doing this.
We wouldn't.
I think we thought about it, but there's nothing we could have done without Nick's input. And then to run with it and roll with it, and have Alex come on board, yourself come on board, and like you say, Amazon come on board as well to join in and help promote it. It's just absolutely superb. I'm blown away by it.
Completely. So Miller, we've had the regulation 20. Miller takes the corner kick into Alexander with an attempt late in the first half, blocked with Carolyn Bean. Our central referee eventually blowing the whistle for half time. It's Sevenoaks 0, Northern Thunder 2. Thank you to all that are tuning in across our streams. As always, anyone present at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre that wants to contribute to our live streaming and or commentating, please make yourself known. We want this project and this body of work to serve our players and our community just as much as it serves us. Obviously myself, Brian, Alex Dowden and Greg Baxter just are fresh back from a European competition in Germany, where we saw the EPFA Four Nations 2023 be contested between Germany, Italy, Austria and Switzerland, and another kind of demonstration of where our sport is now from that broadcasting and commentary perspective, being able to connect these competitions to the wider viewing audiences.
Yes, a brilliant weekend. But what we won't mention is obviously the return journey. I don't want to upset you this morning.
No.
For those who don't know, for the first time ever, I think, Mr. Reliable, I'm at the front of the queue. I think he was the last person on the plane, and to say he was a little bit upset, maybe stretching it a little bit. But I'm glad he got back safe and sound.
I'm here. Anyway, thank you to all that are tuning in. Join myself and Brian shortly for the second half in this opening game between Sevenoaks and Northern Thunder. Hello everyone and welcome back to the first game of the day in game week 5 of the PTC Therapeutics Premiership between Sevenoaks and Northern Thunder, currently separated by 2 Northern Thunder goals scored by Ed Common. Just to go through the schedule of today before we bring you live coverage of this fixture. So we're live on Court A, streamed across the Pro My Sport YouTube channel. This will be followed at 10:30 in a game between Villa Rocket and Brighton and Hove Albion PFC. At 11:45, Northern Thunder take on Nottinghamshire PFC. 1 o'clock, Leeds Chariots take on West Bromwich Albion Throssels. 2:15, Brighton and Hove Albion take on Teesside. 3:30, AFC Bournemouth Warriors take on Newcastle United Foundation PFC. And the final game of the day on Court A, reigning champions West Bromwich Albion versus Brighton and Hove Albion. On Court B, streamed across the WFA's YouTube, currently we have West Bromwich Albion Throssels taking on West Bromwich Albion. I believe that's currently separated by 3 West Bromwich Albion goals. That'll be followed by a great game, the same fixture that contests our WFA Cup final next weekend between Aspire PFC and Newcastle United Foundation PFC. So if you want a little bit of an insight on how it will look live on BT Sport next Sunday, tune into that one at 10:30. 11:45, Teesside look to continue their impressive run of form against struggling AFC Bournemouth Warriors. 1 o'clock, Aspire take on Sevenoaks. 2:15, West Bromwich Albion take on Villa Rockets. 3:30, Nottinghamshire take on Leeds Chariots, and the final game of the day on Court B, 4:45, Northern Thunder take on Aspire. So thank you to all that are joining us here. Things will surely be kicking off in a matter of minutes time, as Sevenoaks will look to figure out a way back into this game and end their season on a high. Certainly by Sevenoaks' standards, compared to years gone by, they are having a brilliant season. They've accrued 25 points across their 18 games, which in comparison to last season, where I think they secured safety on the final weekend, they're safe from relegation and the playoff position as well. So they're just looking to finish, certainly on a personal level, the highest they possibly can. As the players take their positions, Sevenoaks will be kicking off from left to right as you view it, from the bottom of the court to the top, and the opposite for Northern Thunder. The lineups unchanged, as neither side have substitutions at their disposal. Sevenoaks lineup as follows: Greg Baxter in goal, Kyle Alexander just in front, Miles Miller and Harry Beswick on the wings. Northern Thunder lineup with Luke Heenan in goal, Ed Common in the centre, Jack Maxwell and Matty Harrison the wingers. Sevenoaks just tried to put their passes together early on, but quickly closed down by Jack Maxwell, the Northern Thunder number 8. Common to take. Down to Maxwell, met by Miles Miller, guided into the path of Maxwell. Great pass back to Common, exchanging some brilliant passes on the edge of the box, eventually rolling out of play for yet another Northern Thunder kick in. Common over the ball, fired into the front of Jack Maxwell's chair. Once again joined on commentary by the not so punctual Brian Dix.
My apologies. I just got talking to another sport boccia. England are here promoting boccia, and she just asked me a couple of questions. So I do apologise for my late arrival.
It's all right, I'll excuse you. But no, brilliant to see that Boccia UK are present here this weekend to introduce some of our players to another popular disability sport. Not quite as good as power chair football, but
I did actually say that to the young lady out there, that she was
very
battle.
opposite ends of the sporting spectrum,
Yes.
I would say.
Yes.
But if you want,
it's still a great sport for people to play. If
absolutely, I don't take anything away from the value that people would find in boccia.
No.
I've tried it many times, and it is a very highly skilled, strategical sport. I remember playing with Lewis McConnell, one of our friends from Scotland, who's a very accomplished
he's won many a
boccia
medal.
player.
He's won many a medal up there. I mean, in Scotland, quite a lot of the power chair players take part in boccia as a secondary sport. So yeah, it's very well looked up there.
What we're starting to see now, as we discussed last week, arise within the community is power chair hockey.
I can vouch for this because I played power chair hockey just the other day.
And I've told you how interested I am in just participating. I've seen how it's another kind of high-paced, very entertaining sports. It's like power chair football with collisions allowed.
It is. It's power chair football on drugs, as I described it. As I've finished playing the first half, my body was shaking. It hurt.
Power chair football terrifies me enough, so I'm not sure how I'd feel about power chair hockey. As Ed Common attempts an effort blocked by Greg Baxter.
I will give you an open invite till next session.
I look forward to it.
And invite you down there. We can put the pads on because I think we need it. And take on any challenges.
No, I'm ready for it. Again, Northern Thunder starting the second as they finish the first.
Beautiful.
A fantastic pass out to the wing from Ed Common.
Beautiful.
We talk about that deception, that accuracy, that pure talent. It's effortless.
Through the eye of a needle.
It's absolutely. It's just the effortless nature of his passing that some players can't even comprehend, let alone execute.
He doesn't seem to move his chair much.
So Maxwell coming to take the resulting corner kick. He has Ed Common, the most credible option in support. Lets it run across his chair. Now a chance for Sevenoaks to break. Harry Bestwick fires it over to the alternate wing, but Miles Miller can't quite get the timing and or connection to meet that ball. And that's probably Sevenoaks' best attempt of the game, and probably the only way that they're looking likely to break down this Northern Thunder side, who despite their intentions to fold at the conclusion of game week 5 are still competing at the top of their games. Common into Matty Harrison. Baxter now. Miller couldn't quite get the timing or control to keep that in play. Some signs of frustration from their coach, Adam McAvoy.
Watching Thunder play is just like taking a step back in time. They're playing some fantastic football.
Yeah, they are brilliant. So, as we mentioned in the first half, I just hope on an individual basis that all of these competing players find a new home where they can demonstrate and continue to grow.
Yeah, it is such a shame. I mean, I think maybe at least 2 of the players have already sort of decided which direction.
Yeah, we won't speculate on until they're confirmed, but
no.
It's looking likely that they will find homes within the Premiership. So,
I think so. And they deserve to be there.
Completely. But certainly from Ed Coleman's perspective, he has a World Cup he has to prepare for, so he has to be competing at the very top level.
Of course.
Jack Maxwell, still one of the country's brightest up and coming talents, despite some challenges,
Yep.
both on and off the court.
Yep.
So I hope he gets back to playing at his absolute best.
Yeah, it'd be great to see.
Matty Harrison has always been an incredibly effective player, so I hope he finds a new home. Luke Heenan, obviously, I think is one of the players from Darlington who's helping them with regards to player numbers, because they're without Pat Kelly, and we spoke about the departures of Sam Smith and Logan Mitchelson. So no, it won't be the same without Northern Thunder competing.
Seeing their name on the list isn't going to be the same, no. And we don't like ever to see a club not take part in the tournament, but I think Northern Thunder will be one of the ones that will be missed greatly.
An attempt there from Greg Baxter, exchanging some nice passes with Harry Bestwick, but couldn't quite get the angle on his shot to trouble the Northern Thunder defence. Luke Heenan, I don't believe has even had a touch in this game, as we've had just over 7 minutes of this second half.
I think the other thing to mention, which would definitely be a strange occurrence, missing one young lady's voice on all the games here. A very much devout follower of power chair football, and if she wasn't around, Ed would never be around to go to his tournaments and his games. So very strongly with Lorna not being around, it's going to be a massive change in the acoustics of the hall.
Oh, she'll be here next season. She'll be here. I just had a conversation with her, and it's going to be a very emotional weekend for the Newcastle-based side.
Yeah.
Miles Miller readies himself to take 12 minutes remaining in this second half. Sevenoaks 0, Northern Thunder 2. 2 strikes from Ed Common separating the tie. Bestwick does well just to get the better of Maxwell. He doesn't have too many credible options in support though, with Common blocking off the path to Miles Miller on the right of the box. Back to Kyle Alexander, dribbled out by Ed Common, does brilliantly well to keep it in play. We haven't got the best view of the ball's placement being at ground level, but we take reference to the officials signalling, and it looked very wide, so he did well there.
I think one part of the game which we probably don't talk about in association with Ed much is his defensive play. But as a defender, he is one of the world's best. Because he reads the game so well, his just subtle movements.
It's everywhere. As you said, he's so crucial in everything that Northern Thunder do, both in attacking and defensive sense. But
his placement of his chair is just superb.
So he's one of the best central players in Europe, if not the world.
Yeah, 100%.
For England, he typically occupies and adopts a wide, more attacking role, evident in England's success in Finland in 2019. I believe he assisted both finishes to bring England back into that tie against France.
Yep.
He's played in goal. He can be utilised in any of the 4 positions.
Yeah. Total asset.
And whilst a lot of players can occupy them roles, as we've said time and time again, to do them effectively takes a whole nother level of talent.
Yeah. Just looking at Adam over there at the moment, walking the line, he's trying to push his team on, but at the moment there's just nothing they can do.
No, I know. Once again, unfortunately, Miles Miller couldn't quite get the timing on that 180 spin kick. But Sevenoaks starting to put a little bit of pressure on Northern Thunder. They're out of their defensive box.
Yeah.
And if they can get a goal back within the next few minutes, they can challenge for that equaliser. Alexander, too square that pass. I think it was intended for Harry Bestwick into the side of Ed Common. Kyle Alexander just ushering Harry Bestwick away to allow himself the space on that left-hand wing, and now Ed Common with a chance to break for Northern Thunder, met by a stubborn Greg Baxter.
free kick being given against Greg for being a little bit overzealous.
So direct free kick be taken by Ed Common. Very condensed in this final third. Goes to Jack Maxwell. It's a run across his chair. That fantastic timing from Jack Maxwell. Fired into the box to find Matty Harrison to convert Northern Thunder's third. That's the talent that we spoke about with regards to Jack Maxwell.
Yeah. Really well played. Just left it just enough time for him to do his final shot, and it just was enough to it come off the goalkeeper. I know, but it was going to be goal bound anyway. But a great little goal.
So congratulations to Matty Harrison for getting Northern Thunder's third, set up by Jack Maxwell. It's his second assist of the game. So proving a real creative force. Just under 8 minutes remaining. It looks like this game is out of reach for Sevenoaks. Alexander down to Miller. Managed to work the ball. Receive a corner.
The Sevenoaks are playing some nice pretty football out there. Their passing's really good. It's just unfortunate they're coming up against a Northern Thunder who are determined to leave a final stamp on their game.
Yet to test the Northern Thunder goalkeeper Luke Heenan. Chance to do so here.
Yeah, very tight 2-on-1 there.
Yeah, so it's an indirect free kick. Has to go via the chair of another player. He's got Harry Beswick on the left hand side. Kyle Alexander just coming back to have a word with Baxter. Baxter to take. Goes down to Miller on the right. Uses the pick off. Back to Baxter on the edge. Couldn't quite get the timing, or didn't have the preparation to really capitalise on that return pass.
No, lost a bit of momentum there, didn't they, on the little pass.
Straight out of play for a Sevenoaks goal kick.
And of course, both teams being here this weekend without a fifth player, which puts more pressure on their starting four.
Brilliant play from Harry Beswick on the left wing to just evade the pressure of Jack Maxwell, met by a stubborn defensive duo of Ed Common and Luke Heenan. Cool as a cucumber. Ed Common not phased by any pressure from Sevenoaks, and they're now picking some passes to break the press and counter-attack. Common just trying to draw Baxter in. Fired over to Maxwell. Not once, but twice. Back to Common. Diagonal pass in the vicinity of Matty Harrison. Kyle Alexander just advancing out of his box to clear that. Didn't quite have that understanding with Miles Miller, who is approaching the same ball. As we said about them, signs of frustration setting in for Sevenoaks. Another really credible opportunity for Northern Thunder.
I think they're going to try again, another little pre-planned.
Another boom boom shot.
Ooh,
diagonal cutting pass over through the box over to Matty Harrison. I don't know if their intention was to have an attempt on goal or pick out their number 10. Either way, what an impressive effort from Northern Thunder as they just change goalkeeper, as Luke Heenan now is going to occupy a more advanced role, and it's going to be Jack Maxwell adorning that grey goalkeeper jersey.
No, I think that move just was a pre-planned move.
It was brilliant.
The winger was there, ready for the ball, You knew it was coming. It's just another little twist on a classic.
Yeah. So I think that's Luke Heenan, one of Luke Heenan's first touches of the game. Now occupying a position on Northern Thunder's left-hand wing, or as you view it, the closest player on the right-hand side. 3.5 minutes remaining. Sevenoaks 0, Northern Thunder 3. 2 Ed Common goals, one from Matty Harrison. The difference between the two sides as Ed Common weaves his way from his box into the Sevenoaks half. Bestwick now with possession on the left-hand wing. Can he find Baxter on the edge? Just dribbles into the side of Maxwell.
Yeah, unfortunately just overrun it a little bit there. So I take it for yourself, the excitement is brewing, ready for the World Cup then.
Absolutely, it's
getting close and serious
it
now.
It really is. What is it, the 17th of June?
Yeah.
So 4 months as of 2 days ago. So, and certainly with the England team confirmed and a lot of other competing nations submitting their squads, it's starting to get real now. So, incredibly excited as Miles Miller has an attempt. If he can find the connection on that ball, he can't. It was an open goal with Jack Maxwell advancing out to restrict the option from Bestwick. The most credible opportunity for the Kent Bay side all game. And Miles Miller will be extremely disappointed he wasn't able to connect to limit the damage to 3-1. It remains 3-0. 2 minutes remaining. Kyle Alexander into Harry Bestwick, met by Matty Harrison. Miles Miller trapped in that corner, has to vacate. Alexander now, forceful play from the Sevenoaks number 8. Bestwick tried to pick out Miller on the left-hand wing, locked up with Ed Common once again. There's better work from Bestwick. High press from Sevenoaks. They have to be careful of their player positioning, not to allow that 2-on-1 infringement. Nice flick by Baxter over to Miller, just controls it with the front corner of his chair. Very high intensity finish to this game within the final minute. Baxter over to Bestwick, pick off back to Alexander, the most defensive Sevenoaks player. An opportunity now. Bestwick couldn't quite get the accuracy and allowed Luke Keenan to apply pressure to Kyle Alexander.
Yeah, unfortunately today I'm not seeing Miles Miller's little gentle touch he normally has on the ball.
Harrison, great pick off. Luke Keenan to Ed Common on the edge of the box. Chance here. Harry Bestwick fired across the court to Miller. Caught in two minds once again. Has a second attempt, follow-up shot. An assured clearance from Jack Maxwell. I think he was caught in two minds as to whether have an attempt to effort or return the favour to Harry Bestwick on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And that uncertainty led to an inaccurate shot on goal. We've had the regulation 20 and there's going to be no additional time. Carolyn Bean blows the whistle for full time. Sevenoaks 0, Northern Thunder 3. An assured, assertive performance from Northern Thunder. Goals from Ed Common, 2 from Ed Common, and a single from Matty Harrison. Full praise to Jack Maxwell, who was the creator of 2 of them 3 goals. And thing is, when you're assessing Northern Thunder, it's a very similar case when you're assessing Aspire. Sometimes you have to discredit Ed Common or John Bolding to give credit, because they're such sensational players that would be player of the match. If you used to ask someone from the mutual perspective or tuning into Power Chair Football for the first time, you saw the talent of Ed Common and how excellent he was in scoring them 2 goals and being a key creator in the third. But
No,
I want to give full credit to Jack Maxwell, and probably my player of the match, for his contributions. So yeah, congratulations to the Northern Thunder. That's they kick-start their final weekend in impressive fashion. Next up for Northern Thunder, they have a fixture against Nottinghamshire on this court, scheduled to kick off at 11:45. Next up for Sevenoaks, they play Aspire PFC, who have just dropped down to second in the league, with West Bromwich Albion leading Throssels by 5-0. But thank you to all that have joined myself and Brian for this opening game. Hope you can join us for more across Game Week 5. See you soon.
So we're here for the final weekend of the Premiership season, and in this game, the kickoff is due to be at 10:30, and it is Brighton versus Aston Villa. A big game for Brighton because they, along with Nottingham and Bournemouth, are fighting for survival, be that by the playoffs or automatically. And so it's a big game for both teams. On the other court, on pitch B, we do have Aspire versus Newcastle, and what should be a brilliant game. At the top of the table, Aspire are first, chasing the league title. West Brom just behind them, and a win for Aspire on that court will put them part way there to coming out of this final weekend with that title. So it does promise to be an interesting weekend at both ends of the table. And yeah, good. How are you, Dave? And yeah, it should be a good weekend. Alright, see you in a bit, Dave. It seems that we have Pete Taylor as the referee in this game, I think. I've not actually got my glasses on, but I think it's Pete Taylor. With Jeff as linesman, and I can't see the other lines person at the moment. And yeah, we're gonna kick off this game. Yeah, good. How are you, Greg? Yeah, sure. And the coin flip is just happening. Both teams are staying at the same end of the game on nothing. Or haven't. So I assume there'll be a Brighton kickoff here. Line up for Brighton is Nicky Baker. I'm not good with names. I'll leave the line up to my co-commentator, who is Greg Baxter.
Hi, Buzz.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you, Greg?
I'm good, thank you. Absolutely fine. This morning, final weekend of the season.
Yeah, should be a good weekend. Have you played the game today?
Yeah, played this morning. Lost 3-0 to Northern Thunder.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, a couple of sloppy goals, and we played alright in the second half. Stronger side, I'd say, for a large proportion.
That's good. So plenty of positives to take from that game then. Do you know the lineups for these teams? Because I'm not very good with names. I tried to run through the lineups a minute ago and then realised I didn't know I didn't know people's names.
I can give you my best go.
Yeah.
So obviously, for Brighton, only playing with 3 players. Nicky Baker on the goal line. James Mason wearing the goalkeeping shirt, and Path, Quad, just outfield operating as that sort of winger on both sides. And Nuisance. And Villa, just the 4 players this weekend. No Dan Kay. Summer Rice takes this corner. All the way back. And that'll be a free kick to Aston Villa. Oh no, sorry, kick in. I thought Pete Taylor blown his whistle. Down ball there. There's a nuisance. Chris Gordon just drives in front of us. And Brighton kick in.
Do you expect Brighton to be able to pick up points in this game? Or
I think they'll be looking to certainly try and at least get a point obviously at the bottom of the table they're looking to try and stay in the playoff place as it is, as it stands at the minute. Summarise. Can't quite get that 180 across. Cut out by James Mason and Path. Guy quad there, just running the ball out of play on the halfway line. Say about Villa, they're very hard to break down. Conceded very few goals this season, as it's typical of Villa. So, especially when you're playing with 3 players, their main aim will be, can we try and keep it tight at the back and look for any opportunities that may come our way. Try maybe using the power of the opposition's passes against them, try and get some counter-attacks. Pass there. Battling with Summer Rice.
Is Summer Rice's chair gone off?
It looks like it. Chair's not working.
Oh, there we go.
Back in play now as Bubba. It's forced back towards his own goal line by Gaikwad. He's got Mason on the edge of the box. Finds a great pass.
Great ball.
The 180.
He's got space to pass. Oh.
Great 180 pass there by Mason. Just Gaikwad not able to set, try and do anything with it. Rice and Gaikwad now battle away. Ball at time, fires a great pass to Rice at the back post. Well cut up by Mason, and ball again. Mason just trying to clear his lines. Gaikwad almost getting in his way a bit there, and the clearance just about halfway through that Brighton half. I think the tone's been set for this game very early on, Baz. It's going to be a lot of defending for Brighton and looking for those counter-attacks when they can.
Constant pressure from Villa at the moment, but we know that Mason is capable of some long passes, and if number 7 for Brighton, if there's any chance for him to go up the pitch and allow Mason to have the space to try and find him, they could get a counter. But I mean, was it last weekend with Seven Oaks he played with 3 players?
No, the weekend before.
The weekend before. What was the approach to that?
I wish I could tell you, mate, but I was the one that wasn't there.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
I think they were.
My memory's not good.
I think they were just, as I said, when you're playing with 3, your first objective, keep it tight at the back, limit any spaces for the opposition, and look for any little counter-attacks you can, using, like I said, when the opposition play those passes, using their power against them to launch some counter-attacks, try and get some spaces. But there are often very few spaces in this Villa Rocket side. As you'll see, look, Brighton operating with a goalkeeper in the edge box, allowing Pass to come as close as he likes. Just trying to restrict the space, not allow Barbara Ali in the middle to get any space to be able to play the pass. Now we will though. Corner for Villa. An opportunity here to try and break down this Brighton defence.
I guess as well, if Brighton can keep it at 0-0 until if they can keep it until 0-0 with like 10 minutes left of the game, you might see Villa starting to use the extra man a bit more, and then I guess that'll open up more opportunities on the counter for Brighton.
The two scoreboards is throwing me because one says 1-0, one says 0-0. I'm pretty certain it is 0-0.
Yeah, it is 0-0.
I'm not.
Well, we've got a screen now, haven't we?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Just allow it, just dropping off there. Got to try and get to be first the ball, not allow him to play around you. Good block there by Pathguy. Well, this is what I said about playing with three. Using the power of the opposition against them. Just trying to relieve that defensive pressure, keep the ball in this Villa half as well as they can. It's going to be exhausting for Pathguy. What do you feel? It's going to be constantly racing up and down both ends of the pitch. Another great block there.
Yeah, he's just going chasing, looking for any stray balls from Villa to get some territory, really, isn't he? And that is just, he's having to be at it constantly. Do you find many, like, I don't know, most players are with fatigue during a game? Like, if you do have a role that is that intense, is there a risk of late on in the game, even just a bit of mental fatigue can cause mistakes?
Yeah, I think, especially if you're playing those 5-game weekends where you've got 3 games on a Saturday, more often than not you're 9:15, 1 o'clock and 4:45. Those are very long days. So, as Aspire go 1-0 up on that Court B against Newcastle. Obviously, the title will be decided this weekend. I think us neutrals are all hoping it does kind of come down to that West Brom Aspire game tomorrow, 10:30.
Be brilliant if they do end up level on points by that point as well. So Edward wouldn't confirm it from either team from that game. But at the moment, is it Aspire 3 points ahead?
Yes.
If they win this game, so it looks like it might end up being a must-win game for West Brom, doesn't it?
Yep. Back to our action here on Court A. This is the difficult thing, especially when you're playing with 3 and you've got one person on the line, one person taking it. The opposition know exactly where that ball is going to go. No second guessing. Right, just happy to let that go out for what he thinks is the corner, but it's not going to roll out. He has to play it, and now can Quad bring it away? No. Wins a kick in for his side with a chance to try and get up the court and.
Is it just going to be a pass and dribble?
Yeah.
That's a Villa ball. 2-0 to Aspire now on that goal. But that Brad Batesford, that goal.
It was indeed.
So he scored both, I think, in that game.
I have no idea. I'm too engrossed in this action on Court A, mate. Dear. Just drives it into the corner. That is a great pass.
Ball. Can someone go on to that? Oh, just hesitated. For right
in this corner right in front of us here, looking for Mason on the edge of the box. It's got to back away, it's gone. And Ali just driving him up the court now. Another advantage for excessive force. Pass across just cut out by James Mason. Gagwad can bring him away again. This is good from Brighton. They are at least getting out of their half at times, but as I say, Gagwad's going up and down this court.
When that number 7 for Brighton does get the ball to the corner, there is a lot of space open for James Mason in the centre. If he gets the flick back, he has got the space to have a shot, hasn't he?
Again, just excessive force just on that wheel, giving away that free kick. Good pass back in from Dan Ball. Well cut out by Gagwad. Across. And that'll be a Villa Rockets kick in. The longer this stays 0-0, obviously the happier Brighton will be, but the more frustrated Villa will become, and that may present opportunities for Brighton in itself. Villa may be taking more risks. It's a great pass from Ali. Great ball back from Dan Boy. It's a great ball.
Oh, that was biggest chance of the game so far, you'd say.
The first bit of real movement and passing that we've seen from Villa. Great work between Ali and Ball, just passing it back and forth, not rushing it and taking snapshots. The ball from Bubba was exquisite and in the first place. Dan Ball not taking that snapshot, passing it back, being patient. Great 180, and Ball just couldn't get to it on that back post. Encouragement for Villa though. Good rotation from Villa. As Gaekwad now tries to come away with it. Well, I said good rotation, but there's a 2-on-1. Some already come round to try and cover the goal, obviously. But here is wearing the goalie jersey, and he thought, I've got to make it, get back as quick as I can. I know as a goalkeeper myself that your first thought when you lose the ball is, I've got to get back.
Yeah, just... If in that situation, whose responsibility do you think it is?
Yep.
To get back, like in a situation where there's a goalkeeper and a defender, it's both could rotate back and neither knows which one to go for. Is it because it's the goalkeeper, the goalkeeper's responsibility, would you say? Or...
Depends on the scenario, I think. You've got to judge the game situation. And just, you know, a lot of the time I think you trust your teammates to be able to cover well if you want to try and run back. And nowadays you see with a lot of teams playing 4 out, they just see the ball back into the keeper here. As Path breaks away, the ball is just going to roll away from the goal and come out for a Villa Rockets goal kick. But there is another warning sign for Villa. Just need to be careful, not take too many risks while it's still 0-0. Got straight in on that goal kick. You know where those ones are going when you just tap it to the middle man.
And there were 3 options for him to play it as well. Like, I think the Daniel Ball 3 on this side from that goal kick.
As that rolls across the line.
Oh, that is a poor goal to concede from Brighton's point of view.
Undone all the hard work in that first 15 minutes. Really really sloppy goal to concede. But just, as I said, that first 15 minutes it was so rock solid at the back. Now they've got to go chase the game, which will leave more gaps for Villa to try and exploit and try and double and triple their advantage if they can. Brighton won't be too disheartened. They have played well up to that point, and as I've mentioned, Gaekwad is being a rat, as we call it, just getting in the way, up and down the court, at both boxes, trying to provide options. As he goes in here again. Can we find Mason as an option for a pass here? He's got a man marking him. It comes down to Bubba Alley. Gaekwad, he's doing really well. We'll take it wide. Alley just driving this away. Finds Danball. He's got time and space on this right hand side. Beautifully fired pass to Summerage. Keeps it in from bumper to Bubba. That'll be a 2-on-1 though. Far too close. Free kick to Brighton. I think what you're looking at now is, can we get in at half time 1-0 down, reassess, get a plan together while we're still in the game.
Yeah, you don't want to let the game get away from you before that point.
No, if you can see the second before half time, the heads will drop, especially given how well they defended in this first half.
Yeah. And even if in the second half they just stay at the Argo into the last 5 or 10 minutes, still in the game, they'll have a platform to then, last 5 minutes, go and try and push for another goal. But you don't want to do that too early, do you?
No,
When you've only got 3.
I think the talk at half time will be, look, let's keep ourselves in it first 5-10 minutes, then we'll start playing more expansive, try and see if we can nick a goal out of somewhere. Maybe a set piece provides an option and get a corner. Again, it's just very obvious to read where these free kicks are going. This player as experienced as Bubba will have no trouble reading the direction. Finds a great pass over Summer Ice. Pass is cut out by James Mason. And Gaikwad again trying to dribble clear up the court, relieve some of that pressure. He's almost like a target man, as you say in football.
Yeah, he's
Just hoof it up to that 6'5" man. Just let him hold it up, relieve some of the pressure.
Yeah, just get the ball to him and he'll give you a minute to get a breather, really, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I am surprised that when he's got up into the final third with the ball, he's been going for the flick back every time instead of trying to win set pieces, which I understand it, but with 3 players, is it likely that you're going to score from open play when you've no one on the back post?
Again, you know how well drilled Villa are defensively from open play and set pieces. So any opportunity that does come their way, they're going to have to be clinical when that moment comes. They will have that one moment.
Oh, they're like 5 for Aspire now in the first half against Newcastle, I think.
5, yeah.
5.
Ali reading that one. Sunrise tries to fire it in the gap between Mason, Nicky Baker. Can't quite manage
Is that
it.
a penalty?
I couldn't quite see from here.
I think Mason clipped Bubba's back bumper from what I saw, but I'm not certain.
I will have to go with that because I have no clue. I thought James Mason driven into his own player there, but clearly referee Pete Taylor gives the penalty, which Summer Ice will take. James Mason, the goalkeeper, can sit sideways now, but he can't jump. Summer Ice winds up, feinting left and right, shoots, saved.
Good save from Mason.
By James Mason, well read, and that keeps his side in the game. 1-0. That was zeros on the clock. We've already played 1 minute added on. How crucial could that penalty save prove to be come the end of the game? And that goes out for a corner to Villa Rockets. This will be the last action of the first half, you'd feel. Brighton survive this. They can go in at half time, reassess. Villa be looking to double their advantage. Ball in. It's too far in front of Medina, and that's easily saved. That'll be half time here on court A. Villa Rockets 1, Brighton Hove Albion 0. Both sides, I know it's 1-0, will be relatively happy.
Yeah, I think both sides have performed well for what the plan has been. Brighton have defended well apart from a single moment. Villa have kept them under pressure. I think Villa might be a bit disappointed that they've not got moving a bit more. They've not found any space, but Brighton have made that very difficult for them. But they're going 1-0 up at half time, and they'll definitely be happy with that.
Any time you're 1-0 up in a game at half time, you struggle to be disappointed. As we will now take a short break and join us for the second half. live. Can you grab it? Ryan? Thank you. Welcome back
Thanks.
to this second half. Wait, no, bit premature there. As we scoreboard need to reset in. Bit of a. Then obviously we have trying in a new scoreboard here on Court 8 this weekend. One that works by sort of internet clocks, I've heard. Now we get underway. Both clocks on the same time. That's a bonus.
Yeah. But going a
I
bit
spoke
smooth, isn't
too
it?
soon.
Wait, the clock's different.
Yeah, that's just suddenly added 30 seconds again.
Oh, so it's just jumping up itself.
Yeah, it's just jumped for 30 seconds. No idea why. Anyway, focus on the action. Which we're doing with a Brighton goal kick, which Bubba's going to look straight to get on this. Good movement from past backward there to get away from Bubba Ali. Rise. Done well to turn backward around and keep that ball in. Just take the ball wide now. Happy to leave it for path. Ball's gone out.
It's a Brighton kicking, is it?
The ball must have gone out of play before. Path hit it. Linesman Jeff Lewis. Flag in there. Again, it's very easy to tell where the ball's going when you've only got one outlet. And Bubba's not going to miss a trick to get straight in there. Drive in. Down to Rice. Great ball dissecting that wall defence. But here the goalkeeper for Villa couldn't quite get on the end of it. What are you expecting from this second half, Baz?
I think he'll probably be pretty similar to the first. And Villa will be putting Brighton under a lot of pressure. Brighton will, I expect he'll still be a solid in the area. Oh, that's one
Excessive
hell of a foul.
force.
I don't. Yeah, no booking, just talking to from the referee. But yeah, I think it'll be another case of Villa put Brighton under a lot of pressure. Brighton, I think, will get one-two opportunity that they will have to take.
Yep.
That gap, just like on the edge of the box for Brighton, as we saw from that set piece, where Summerrise played across. That gap between Mason and Gaekwad, is it?
Yep.
When that's being played away from the goal, I think Brighton could have issues defending that.
As that ball deflected off the back of Mason's chair there, Nicky Baker was wrong-footed on the goal line. Fortunately for the Seagulls, it just rolled past the outside of that post for a Villa Rockets corner. Straight to Dan Ball. 2-on-1, given away in the corner there by Villa. Again, I just think, at what point do they switch it up? Maybe let Nicky Baker take a couple of these set pieces, just give a little outlet. Let James Mason act as a outward pass, just to make Bubba make a decision. Damn ball. Past Gagwad now driving and trying to drive away. Met by Mudir, the Villa goalkeeper.
Oh. There was a chance there for a moment for him to flick it back to James Mason, but
Just roll out harmlessly for a Villa Rocket kick in. Again, I spoke about it in the first half, using those opposition passes, their power on them, try and get in the way and just get the ball forwards make up for that lack of a fourth player by making the opposition almost act as your fourth player. But here, playing well in this game so far, trying to just carve out opportunities for his side. He's got someone else sat on this near post. She tries to thread the needle. Just deflects back off her and goes out for a Brighton kicking really deep in their own corner here. Again, it's very obvious what the option's going to be. Just try and deflect it down the line. Fortunate not to give away a 2-on-1 there, I think, as James Mason tried to get back in the box. He's gone out for another Villa kick in. As the clocks have sorted themselves again now. That's good news. No more confusion.
Oh, are they on the same time now?
Yeah, they are indeed.
Yeah, I can't read them for me.
Do you want my glasses, Baz?
Yeah, I've got 2 pairs of glasses in my bag.
And
I just don't wear them. I don't know why I've got 2 pairs, but
it's already Aspire 7-0 on court B. Barbara Ali really didn't connect with how he would have wanted with that kick in there. Lovely little turn in Gaekwad. Again, just trying to get up the court, get some space. Rally can't drive through a chair, claiming he's won the set piece, and he has. Another kick in deep in Brighton territory for Villa Rockets. It remains 1-0 to Villa. Can they try and carve out an opportunity to double their advantage?
it's really like that. Oh,
Somehow the ball got through the gap there. The Dabble couldn't quite fashion an opportunity.
I think as a goalkeeper from set pieces like that, you just have to put your bum on the edge of the box and almost be connected to the player outside the box so there is no gap there, and trust the player behind you or cover you.
Yep.
But
Great pass there from Bumbarali. Summerhouse has shot at the near post. Well saved by James Mason. Aspire have got their 8th on court B. Really laying down a marker this weekend. A weekend that could see them end West Brom's run of 4 consecutive league titles.
it's a brilliant situation. They're still in both teams' hands, isn't it?
Yep. Of course, that game tomorrow on at 10:30. West Brom taking on Aspire. If they're, as it stands, obviously a lot more football to play this weekend, but going into that game, if Aspire were 3 points ahead, West Brom would, you feel, really need to win that game.
Yeah, definitely. I think West Brom do have the superior goal difference, don't they?
Yep.
So
It would take a Aspire slip up really to a level on points. As I said, a lot more football to be played, and it's been a really competitive PTC Therapeutics Premiership season. Sides taking points off each other all the time. Teams not always at the top of the game. It's not right. It's a great 180 pass across the box. And ball again just couldn't quite find the pass back to Sunrise. It was a nice idea trying to play the pass back rather than the shot that might have been expected. That 180 for Sunrise just came out of nowhere to that back post. Probably caught our own teammate off guard.
Brighton free kick is that?
Yeah, excessive force at the back of the chair. Always a free kick there. This time Mason just opting to drive the ball down the court, not the court down the ball, sorry. Drive the ball down the court himself. Slightly starting to get frustrated. Is the Brighton goalkeeper.
Is that a corner?
It is a corner, yes. Just got to keep his head focused. They're still in this game. It's not over by a long shot. Hit it down, but well saved on the line. That's why I said keep your head in. Just try and keep your side in the game. Summarize.
Oh. Just didn't quite have the power on that pass, did it? If it did, I don't think James Mason would have had the chance to react.
That'll be a Villa Rockets kick in. Taken quickly, but they're not allowing Brighton to set and get that wall formation on. Just a bit of confusion. Linesman Jeff Lewis didn't see where that came off. Oh, it's a free kick.
I think it was encroachment from Gaekwad.
Probably because it was taken so quickly. Just wanted to get in the way of anything. Sometimes that can be given as a yellow card. Sometimes it is worth.
I've been
Taking the
quite
yellow card.
scored this season in the championship.
I have no words, Baz. I'm so disappointed.
And to be fair, I disagree with one of them. One of them was fair, I think.
The referee is always right.
Yeah.
James Mason now.
Oh. That was going to be reversed into then.
Linesman here. Really calling Pete Taylor over here for a conversation.
Is someone gone off the pitch?
Someone Rice is apparently adjudged to have gone off the pitch to avoid a 2-on-1. Oh. Pete Taylor going over now to Jeff Lewis to consult.
So there's
Gets away with a warning. Consider herself a little bit fortunate there. If the linesman is a judge that she's left the pitch to avoid a 2-on-1, I thought that was a guaranteed yellow card.
yeah.
But as you know, the linesman can only advise referee on what you may or may not have seen. Pete Taylor went over, consulted with his other lino, Jeff Lewis, and went, you know what? I've not seen it, so I'll take the linesman's word, but I'm just going to give the benefit of the doubt and just give her a warning. Ball. Tries a shot at the near post. There was a slight gap there. Not sure if it was a almost whip. As we enter now the last 7.5 minutes of this game, and Brighton, you think this is the time now. They've kept themselves in it, down at 1-0. They've got to start going. Manager Chris Hammond's on that sideline,
Stuff like this,
just signalling that.
like, have Nicky Baker take the goal kick and push to up now.
Yeah. Might be easily intercepted by James Mason. Try and keep that in, but he can't. Ball on this far side. Tries to whip it across. Not enough pace to get to Summer Rush on this far side. Good passing here from Villa. Gaekwad and Nadir battling away. Turned him inside out there. Try and get the pass off. Gaekwad now drives up the court. Trying to, James Mason is there for a pass if we can find him, but actually done all day. Nadir's done well, just to try and get up the court, push Gaekwad back again. Really need to try and get it out of the tackle, because this suits Villa all day long. They're the team with the advantage. They're the team 1-0 up. Good flick out there. There's some space. A shot from it. Splits the gap between James Mason and Nicky Baker. Villa do double their advantage.
I think Villa should see a free from here, shouldn't they?
Well, I don't want to commentators curse it, but you do feel this should secure the 3 points of Villa. Lovely patient passing build up from the Villa.
You think if Brighton are to trying anything, they should just go for it now? But at the same time, you don't want to let the scoreline go too much, do you? Get the goal difference.
As I said, there's 5 minutes left now. Brighton have really just got to try and go for it. That was a lovely finish, probably. Just Mason was expecting the ball across the far post. Just dissected the defence in between. Summer Rice now lines it up. Back to Ali, into Madeir. That pass straight at Gaikwad, but he's got a second chance here. Tells Dan Ball to take it. He's driven out of play for a Villa Rockets kicking. Gonna take their time here. Happy to see it through that pass. It's to Dan Ball. Sunrise. Good shot. Dan Ball. Well saved on the line by Nicky Baker. Bit of confusion at the back though now. Nicky Baker wanted to try and venture out and get that ball. Ends up staying on the line. It's a really good move that from Villa. And well saved by Nicky Baker. Brighton have really got to go for it. Gap here. Dan Ball in the space. Still. Corner ball to Villa. Villa now starting to move the ball. Now they've got the 2-0 advantage. They feel safe to play. You know what? We're just going to start playing some passing football. Let's try and get our goal difference up a little bit, because it's very, very compactly tight in that middle of the table. Anywhere from 3rd down to like 9th position is separated by 4 or 5 points.
Yeah, and I think when I looked earlier, there were 4 teams level on points as well, on 25 points.
Do you think Newcastle's goal difference has taken a bit of a hit on Corby with energy? 8-0 to Aspire as it stands with just under 3 minutes left.
And they were Newcastle 4th in the league at the start of the weekend.
They were at the start of play today. They were 4th in the league. Villa now forward. My Bubba is past trying to find. Summarize. It's really difficult when you've got 3 players. Try and get forward, but Brighton really have rarely threatened that Villa goal, the Villa box, to be fair. They had the one opportunity when that ball just bounced off Gaikwad and just rolled out for a goal kick. That was the only real sight of goal they've seen.
Without the run in the first half, was it?
Yep.
Down here, yeah.
But we're now happy to keep it in the corner. He's taken a little deflection off his chair and we'll go out for a Brighton kick in, approaching the final 60 seconds. That's going to trouble you for a player of the match.
A player of the match.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's kind of
I'd say probably Summer Rice is played a few decent balls across the block for Villa. I think she broke the deadlock as well, didn't she, and put them on the look?
I thought Bubba got the.
Oh, it might have been. I can't actually remember. My memories.
I don't fully remember. I remember Bubba driving with Nikki Baker across the line.
Oh yeah, for staff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I forgot it was 2-0. I thought it was 1. I'll say. I'll stick. Wait, who scored the second goal?
With the goalkeeper for Villa.
I don't know what I'm thinking of then. I'll say Gaspard is been the one to take pressure off Brighton at times in the game. He's intercepted a lot of dangerous balls from Villa. And
That's
he could
unfortunate
have
there.
controlled that a bit better. But in the whole game before that moment, I'll say Gaspard.
Bit of a commentator's curse there.
Yeah.
Bit of a commentator's curse for the Brighton number 7.
And
They had to go forward. They had to try and throw something at the dice. And
I feel like 3-0 is a bit harsh on Brighton with how the game's been. It has been constant pressure on them, but at the same time, it's full time. But at the same time, they have defended well and large, haven't they?
yeah, I agree. 3-0 is probably a little bit harsh. The way Brighton defended, but credit to Villa. They kept at it, dominated the game from start to finish, and get a win. And 3 points they duly deserve. That'll suit them. Happy that'll see them climb up the table a little bit. Brighton will look to bounce back, try and claw themselves away from that drop zone. We'll see. Thank you, Baz, for joining me.
Thank you, Greg.
And we'll be back for more at 11:45 on this Saturday of the final weekend of the PTC Premiership 2022-23 season. Right, I believe I'm on.
Oh, right, I didn't say it, sorry. I'll just... yeah, please. Thanks.
everyone.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Is it morning, afternoon? Yeah, 20 to 12 morning.
Oh yeah, it is still
Feels like
morning.
the
isn't it?
afternoon because you've been here for hours already. Nottingham v Northern Thunder is on pitch A, 11:45 kick-off, kicking off 5 minutes early, Nick. We never kick off games.
We don't,
but we've
certainly
done a lot
not on a
this year.
Saturday. So shall we talk? So here we've got Thunder still theoretically can win the league.
Okay. Theoretically, yeah.
Aspire and West Brom need to get 3 more points each, and then
Gotcha.
Thunder can't
Okay.
catch them.
So, okay, yeah, they wouldn't have come here this weekend with many expectations to do that, but hopefully they'll secure
But
second,
we saw
third,
some peculiarities in the dying moments of the Championship, didn't we, Man U?
We did, yeah.
We were previous week we were talking about Man U guaranteeing promotion,
Yeah.
and now they're by the end of that weekend they were in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs now. They've still got to play that, haven't they? 15th
and
of
possibly,
July,
depending on results, Nottinghamshire may be one of their. I think Nottinghamshire and Brighton are
yeah, interesting
the
game.
possibilities. So here we've got in goal for Nottinghamshire, Hadfield, G, Langley, Sam,
and
McNaughton, and I don't know the Newcastle player, number 1.
The new goalie, I'm not sure what his name is.
Yeah, and then Ed Common in the middle,
Ed Common,
Harrison on the right, Maxwell on the left.
yeah, Maxwell with a shaven head. We're looking to smash in the goals today for Northern Thunder. Sad weekend for the club. Obviously, it is their last weekend of competition before they cease to exist, which is extremely sad. An important part of the sports history are going, but fortunately we are blessed with many other clubs, so the players will be joining other teams. So
Were they a founding? I don't know my history.
but they were called. It used to be called Percy Headley
Right.
Panthers, I believe. They've had a few names. It was a basketball academy, and the power chair team formed out of that, I believe. Talking to people that were around previously. So yeah, it's a sad day for the sport, sad day for the club. But as I say, the players will continue playing. They'll find other clubs, and yeah.
And the Percy Headley Academy, that was based in Newcastle.
That was Newcastle. Yeah, sort of Northumbria. That, you know, sort of
Right.
very much northeast, where Thunder are based.
And the transition to Northern Thunder.
I couldn't tell you what year it was, but I think probably 8-9 years ago, perhaps. I'd have to look at the table to see when it changed, but yeah. Certainly in the early days I recall Percy Headley Panthers, and I think it was just Percy Headley. And then obviously the change to Thunder came a little bit later on. It's an important game for Nottingham too, hoping to stay up. Scrapping for points the last 2 days of the season.
Freudian slip, also scraping.
Scratching, yeah.
But but I think they play Bournemouth, and as do Brighton.
Don't the bottom 3 all play each other?
Yes, so you'd have expected them to hope for points.
It's got 1-0 already.
And I'm not sure where the
Batista are winning on that pitch. Who scored? So Nick, can I ask you a question? What is it with the screen in the far corner on pitch A?
Yeah, so if you're watching pitch A, you probably can't make it out, but we're trialling a system whereby you can have spectator-friendly boards. So that's actually just a computer monitor. There's a computer behind the screen in the far left corner. It's not connected to the official board, which is next, on the scoring table.
Must admit, when I came in and I first saw it, I thought we had VAR on court A this weekend.
So that's a completely different matter. Because it's a computer, you could therefore look at the stream, but
we don't want to get into
we've
that.
only got one camera and it's in the far corner. So
We've only got the hall till
guarantee
6
that.
o'clock, so we have to be out.
So something that has been trialled at another tournament was spectators in this stadium could wear disco headsets, and as the commentary, as well as going out to stream,
Gotcha.
if you wore a disco headset, you could also hear the commentary of the game
While you're playing.
while you're playing, which was very successful. So it means there's not only watching, spectators can also kind of listen to what the players were saying.
Oh, okay, that would be quite annoying, I don't know, sometimes. I might just want to answer the commentators back there if I could hear them. I'd be like,
Well,
you know.
on that particular, it was a friendly tournament. Some of the players did wear headsets, so the players were listening to the commentary. Not all of which they liked.
Besides,
But
there has been
equally,
some-
the commentators knew they could wind the players up. So
Yeah.
it was a
There has been some bits of commentary that I think people are like, that's not true, or that's, you know, it's people's opinions, of course. So. But it's, it's made it, it makes it much better to watch having the commentary and having the stream. So yeah, great work as usual. Very timid start here to this game. Not much action so far. Corner have a Thunder have a kick in, not a corner. Sorry.
before we got distracted by talk of the screens, we were talking about Northern Thunder's heritage, Percy Headley, and then Thunder. Now, I got involved with wheelchair football from about 2017.
Okay.
I can remember Thunder always being a team one should be scared of, but they never quite cracked anything. They didn't crack the cup, they didn't crack the league. Now the cup holders, although they've been knocked out. So it was last year, wasn't it?
They
won
won the cup last year. I think it was a little bit of a surprise to many. I thought Albion would win that, but when you got a player like Ed Common, and Ed Common has really held the team together for the entire life of the club. But he has had some good players around him. He had the likes of Harry Boddy, Sam Smith obviously was at Thunder for years and years. But I think when you start to lose these sort of pieces around you, it's hard to sort of keep it all together. I had a similar, albeit not really, the same time that Ed's had at Thunder. I had it with Fossils last year. I was 5 years there, but it all just fell apart, and we had players passing away, players deciding not to play anymore. So when that starts to happen, I think it's time to reconsider what you want to do. So for Ed, it's hard, but I think they've tried to sort of get players to Northern Thunder, but they've been unsuccessful, so he's had to make a decision to go somewhere else, and therefore the club will fold because
is
it's
it
run
known
by
where
parents.
he's going?
I know.
But it's not public.
I don't know.
Well, not asking you to say it.
No, I better not
Ahead
in
of the
case,
transfer.
but
Yeah,
I think we all know. If you look on social media, I think
Right.
it's quite obvious.
Yeah, I don't know how to spell social media. Let
You're
alone
not
look
on
at
the
updates.
social media, are you? So no. You miss all these transfer updates. That's why I sent you the international squad. Have you seen this? Have you seen this?
Yeah.
I know you don't. I know you don't
I
do
still wait for
Facebook.
the local evening paper on a Saturday to read the results. You won't even remember those days.
You've still got CFAX, haven't you?
Yeah.
I used to remember CFAX. I used to love it.
Right, you put me off my stride. Oh yeah, so Thunder hadn't won the league previously. That was a question I wasn't
They
sure.
have won the league. They have
Right,
won the
okay.
league plenty of times. Yeah.
So one of the
that
big
was what I was
teams,
gonna come
one
on
of the
to.
big.
There's only ever been
national
3
teams.
teams that have won the league:
Right.
West Brom, Aspire, and Northern Thunder.
Right.
And the West Brom have only won it the last 4 years. They hadn't won it previous to that. It was all Aspire and Northern Thunder. So they've probably won it still more times than West Brom.
So big guns.
So big guns sadly leaving us. So it is very sad, but we've got new clubs now like Newcastle competing. Teesside and Leeds are going to be very strong next season. I think the Premiership will be a very, very, very competitive league. You've got the likes of Nomads are coming up. That they could find themselves struggling, and a lot of people will be shocked by that because they were so strong in the Championship. But it's that step up. It's quite a big step up.
And what on Thunder? I did some stats at one of the England training camps, and I was astonished that Ed and Sam had almost 100% pass completion. It was over a number of training sessions,
Gotcha.
and it kind of made you realise how tight those two were and how well they knew each other.
Yeah.
That they more or less, if they were passing, when they were passing to each other, it almost never went wrong.
Almost never went wrong. Yeah, I
And,
think
and that,
you
that
know,
was, in challenging circumstances, it was an England training camp.
I think the Sam Smith factor and leaving. I think that would have hit sort of personally with Ed as well, because they are friends. I understand. So yeah, it's always difficult when you lose an important part of your team. But if it's against people's wishes and they want to go or they'll fancy a change, then you can't really go against that. But it's been hard for Ed. He's tried his best, but I do think for the sake of his parachair football career, then it is the right decision. Although it is sad, and I can guarantee Ed doesn't want to leave. But if you've got no one around you and no one wants to come, then you've kind of got to choose to go somewhere else. From my understanding, that they'll fold the club, but they don't have to. They could keep it open still as like a charity, and try and recruit players.
So they could play in the regionals.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I think they're completely folding, from my understanding.
I'm guessing they don't have a reserve team like some of the others in the
No,
Northeast.
they used to have. Their reserves used to be in the Premiership as well. They were the strongest second team, if you like. You've got like Fossils now and Leeds Dynamos, but Thunder. Blues. They were called Northern Thunder Blues. Actually, they were actually very strong. They would finish third in the league while Thunder won it. So so they have had a lot of players. They've had some of the best players at the club. Trying to think of the rest. Patrick Kelly, of course, is missing this weekend. Yeah. He didn't play last weekend, I understand, because of exams. So I'm not sure where he's going. I've also heard that a couple of the others are leaving to go to other northern clubs, Jack Maxwell and Matty Harrison. But I won't say where. Rumour mill's in full swing after this weekend.
And with respect to Knights, so we know Knights are up, we know they're champions.
We know Nomad, yeah.
Do we know what's happening with their coach? Because Knights coached by Brad Bates, who now can't coach and play for two different teams.
I don't know, but I would have thought his inclusion in the World Cup squad, because Brad's in that as well.
Yeah.
That's his decision made. I think he needs to stay at Aspire personally.
How many weekends are there before the squad leaves?
There's one.
Congratulations, Dave, on your selection in the England squad.
There is one. Oh, well, no. There is one weekend. There's a Premiership weekend before we go to Australia.
So I would have thought, for the England squad, it's the training camps are more important than
no, they are now, I believe.
That weekend of fixtures.
But I think he's still got the hunger. Did you see Brad play this morning, scoring tapping?
I did, yeah. But that's all post-World Cup, isn't it?
It is, yeah, I think.
I
just have a feeling it'll make his mind up. I might be completely wrong.
I haven't seen when the next Nations Cup might be. Is that announced, or that would be the EFA?
We don't know.
I
think it's a Champions League next year. So from my understanding, that's clubs.
And that's two English teams.
Two, yes, but they won't have that and an international tournament in the same year.
Right.
So that puts the Nations Cup back to 25.
Yeah, which would be on cycle, 2 years on.
Wouldn't be too bad. I mean,
yeah,
I'll be 42 by then, Nick. I don't know if these young kids coming through now. Oh, corner. We're gonna have enough space. Ed's a little bit disappointed with that decision there, but
so
giving them a game here.
Presume it's well known, and we mentioned it on the commentary earlier that the England squad, 3 from West Brom, yourself,
3
Marcus
from West Brom,
and Chris.
Yeah.
3 from Aspire.
3 from Aspire.
John
Dan
Golding, Dan McClellan, and Brad Bates. Ed Common, who's playing in front of us now, and Tyler Reeve, who's currently on Court B.
Court B. Yes, Tyler B from Teesside. Yeah, so strong squad. I think there was. I wish in a way I'd have took people's money back in October, November last year, because they were saying, yes, that's the 8 now, that's the squad sorted. I think I said at the time, it won't be. It will not be.
And you mentioned then, because there was the international tournament in Belfast.
The Belfast was more recently. We went to France in October, and of course Dan Rigby, Lewis, and Dylan all came to that tournament in France.
Was that an 8-person squad?
That was 8-person. You got the first 4: Marcus, Chris, John, and Ed. There was myself, and then Dan Rigby, Lewis and Dillon. And Dan Rigby, Lewis and Dillon are all now out the squad. So, you know, it's changed quite a bit, really. And I think people were really sort of saying back in October, November, even Christmas, that, you know, yeah, those will be the 8. And then it's Dan McKellen came in March, or April, was it? April, I think. And then pretty much Brad Bates and Tyler Reeve have got back in from the camp on that we did the other week, where there were 16 players. Development squad was there as well. Brad Bates performed very well there. Me and him were pinging the ball to each other side to side. So yeah, really enjoy working with Brad and Tyler. Yeah, Tyler's in as well. I don't know Tyler that well personally, but I know he's had a very good season with Teesside and last year as well. So special player.
I think
Very special player.
Tyler Reeve was the first recipient of the goal of the season for the
It
championship.
should have been me, of course.
Yeah, well, for the championship.
Was it that one, that blaster, which then when I scored a blaster, you
No,
didn't like it?
no. We generally blasters
Not
get in
that
the
I'm better.
shortlist but don't win
I thought I'm better.
because they're too easy.
Too easy. No, I seem to think Tyler did score a long range shot once, and he had one against him with John Dixon. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
That was in the championship.
So it must be, I think you suffered this yourself, it must be heartbreak going to the camps and not getting selected.
Oh, wow.
Can you
know.
see it coming, or no one knows until then?
You can. I think you can. I think if you are mature enough and you're not naive, I think you can. I think
Are you in that
I think
bracket
I
or not?
was 6 years ago. I must admit, 7 years ago, as people well know, I was dropped the last camp before going to Florida in 2017. I was very determined not to let that happen again, and I was totally the opposite, totally different experience for myself this time around. I think I've played. I was basically like when I went to the camp the other week, I was like a batsman going in a 2020 match, just swinging from the hip, and it paid off. So really put everything into it, and I think when I was 6 years ago, I could feel myself under pressure. I don't know whether the guys that have been dropped felt that this time around, but you can feel it. I think if you're realistic, you can sort of see and get the sense that you're not doing that well, or there's things being said to others, when they get given an opportunity. Like I got given an opportunity out wide at last camp and smashed it. So the person who I replaced must have been thinking, oh yeah, must be a doubt by my mind. I think it does get you thinking, but it's, can't overthink it, because you'll end up almost dropping yourself, if that makes sense. It's a very hard environment. People don't realise how hard it is.
I'll come on to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Back to the game here.
Nothing doing okay.
Tepid, is that the right word? 0-0?
Tepid, yeah.
No one really.
One word I'd use.
None of the speedy passing
be
you might
kind.
get from a Thunder
Well,
team.
see what I mean? Nottingham
One-
actually playing very well.
One attempt on goal, I think. Nottingham, traditionally good in defence.
Traditionally good in
not
defence.
great
They look.
scoring.
No. That's the biggest problem with the sport, though, is scoring goals, isn't it? Seen a 4 on the scoreboard on the opposite pitch, but back to this one. Yeah, so Nottingham seem a bit more organised, a bit more solid than they have been early part of the season. Leighton G,
Evidently missing Adam Langley, who's a key
Oh.
part of their team, who's
massive miss out.
been unwell, obviously out for the rest of this season, and
Well,
wishing him well.
I've heard that he maybe should have been for next. But
Gosh, because of the
wow,
longevity of the treatment.
I think so. Yeah, only something I heard, and nothing in concrete I've got to support that. But
Well, to Adam's credit, Adam's still helping out on the National League Committee.
yeah, fair play to him. Fair play to him. But no, Nottingham, I think they'll be fortunate to stay up if they do. But I know Brighton have got a lack of players, so it's a real scrap down that bottom. Sam Langley's doing very well here, but a foul given against him.
So on the England teams, I don't know what 2017 was like. I understand the FA have increased the support they give to the team. More
Oh,
sports
absolutely.
psychologists. I think you now got video and data analysts.
We've got it all, to be fair. We've got psychologists, sports psychologists, video and data analysis. We've got doctor, we've got physio. Yeah, it's just it's an unreal world. It's it is the elite of the sport, but it's also representing your country as well. So you've got to take it seriously. If you're not, then you don't deserve to be there.
And you're talking about, talking yourself out of selection without sharing any confidences or breaking anything. They're the kind of conversations one could have with a psychologist at the time.
Definitely,
you get one-to-one sessions and...
Yeah, I mean, this time around, we didn't have it back in my day before. So I don't know, now 6 years ago, we didn't have that support. We had the physio, because it is still the same physio, so it's nice to be working with, familiar faces, but didn't have that sports psychology element, and I think I did sort of miss that side of it. But it's got to be used in the right way, and if you sort of don't know how to deal with things on the pitch and and how to train well and how to process things, it won't help you really with that. It will just help you sort of focus on the job in hand, if that makes sense.
So, notwithstanding just the privilege of playing for your national team, it's a very elite sport experience you get with that squad, isn't it?
It's 100%. You get the shirts, with the names on. It just feels, but it's the staff that make it that professional, that give it that professionalism as well. And I think also, the attitudes of the players. We've got our own sort of focuses, our own sort of DNA, if you like, now that we have to abide by. But to be fair, that's private to us 8 players. So so it's nothing to do with Colin Gordon even. That's but we get to a stage now where we can sort of referee each other. So if someone is not pulling their weight, we've got that authority to call them out. Even sort of 14-year-old Dan McCallan, he's got that authority now to say, Dave, if I'm not training right or I'm messing about, he's got the authority to tell me, come on, that's not what we're here to do or whatever. So it's just about keeping people balanced and on track.
So half time here, 0-0, Northern Thunder, Nottinghamshire. If this finishes a draw, then Thunder can't finish better than third. Okay. They're currently in third. This will be I think this is their second game this weekend, I think. So
got you.
They would then have 3 left. They were on 17 as they came in, And for Nottinghamshire, a point, I believe, just takes them a little further away from Brighton. But I haven't got the table in front. If not, it might put them with Brighton. But I think the crucial games are going to be, for Nottinghamshire, are going to be the Nottinghamshire, Brighton game.
Yeah. When is the Nottinghamshire Brighton game?
I think they're all tomorrow.
So,
someone of third year age has got permission to get in line.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait for him to do. I might say, "Oh, back in the corner, son." No.
So, in the full England squad, you could be having the running game. You could have someone half your age, and because of the license Power Chair Football has, that must be one of the biggest age gaps in an international team.
It must be,
Who's the oldest member of the current squad?
Me, 40. Yeah. But and I was dropped when I was 34, so to get back in.
Right.
Well, I got back in when I was 39, and obviously 40 now. But
I can't remember when Sheringham last played for.
A lot of these kids are probably thinking, "I wish he."
Sheringham had a very long
Premier
League
or something.
career, didn't he? I can't remember if he got a late England call up once.
Wasn't he 39, 40 when he stopped?
For England, or I think he was close to 42 when he stopped in the Premier League.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he was like 38 for England.
But I don't know when. I don't know when he got. So.
Well, it's one of them until my reactions. I actually done a reaction test and done different tests last weekend. We were here. I was the quickest at reaction out of everyone tested.
Goal celebration?
No. You have to press these things. I was the quickest. At 40, I'm speeding up.
It's because you're going downhill.
There's only my one finger that was doing that though, so I'm not sure about the rest of me. No, as long as I can still drive my chair and think straight, then.
Although we're having a chuckle, of course, the reaction still matters in these chairs. So although there's a lot of, that instant off the bit gets your bumper the inch closer than the other one to the ball,
you've
gets
got
you in position.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got that side of it in the chair, but I think the other half is played, sort of in the mind as well. Not just saying that, but I think a lot of this sport, it's about being in the right place at the right time. Like having a good understanding of distances, so you don't concede 2-on-1s. That's the biggest thing. If you have to stay away from each other, if you can't, the referee's going to keep blowing the whistle, and you're going to keep conceding fouls. You won't have the ball, and it's just not playable in that situation. And if I'm keep giving away 2-on-1s as a England player, people are, well, yeah, what's the matter with him? Connie Gordon be on the phone cancelling my flight. No, but I was actually just going back to the England selection thing. I felt under pressure, even though I felt kind of safe as well, if that makes sense. I knew I kind of had a feeling there was going to be changes, and I wanted to almost be useful in more than one position, because I can do the goalie role for Chris, instead of Chris, but I can also play wide, but I never really got much opportunity there, and Connie just chucked me there Thursday night at camp. I didn't even say anything, and I just blew everything away, and I was good on the Friday as well. So got to take the opportunity when you get it, people, if you're listening. So if you get that chance, don't be nervous, don't be hesitant. You got to grab these things with both hands, and it's come round a bit late for me, but I'm pleased it has. It can happen for many others as well.
So really that will be post playoffs and the cup final next weekend.
Yep.
Playoffs mid-July. That's really the next big power chair event, isn't it? The World Cup, because the kick-off for the first weekends. Just that the teams are settling in, aren't they?
Yeah. So we do have a Premiership and Championship weekend in September, first 2 weekends. So can you believe it? The new season starts in 10 weeks' time, and we haven't finished this one yet.
That seems like ages away.
But it won't be that. In terms of having a rest, not that we're going to rest this year, because we've got to train through the summer for the World Cup. But we used to get 3 months off, like bang, and then come back refreshed, go again.
This is a funny year, isn't it? Because of
it is weird. To be fair, it's since COVID. The dates have been all over the shop, and that's nobody's fault. That's just the time we're in, and we seem to be able to have the venue more so when the students aren't around at university. Hence why we've got a weekend late in June.
I don't know if people heard the whistle in the background. That's Teesside, who are 5-0 up against Bournemouth. That second half's just kicked off.
Still a long
I'm wondering if mathematically Bournemouth still might not be relegated, but I don't think there are any points. And because Thunder are leaving, Bournemouth will go down as the second relegated team, as it were.
Yes, yeah.
So the third,
this is where it gets
second place in the table, who would traditionally be relegated, will go into the playoffs. Hence the importance of Nottinghamshire and Brighton, their relative positions at the end of the weekend, and they will face Man United. And here, I feel it's a good job we had England to talk about. Maybe the audience won't, but
I know, yeah,
nothing's happened in this
talk
match,
about it too much, but it's this is what people have to aspire to. There's a lot of players within the community who want to be on the pathways, want to be in the England development squad. I have experienced it firsthand, so I'm not a bad person to speak to. It's a tough environment mentally. I can't stress that. It's very tough. You've got to be ready for these camps, the tournaments. And of course, going to Australia, you've got the journey. Your journey's going to be epic. There's people going to get off that plane, in all sorts of shapes and sizes. We've got to sit in them chairs for hours and hours and hours on end. So, yeah, it's a massive logistical challenge. Our chairs actually depart for Australia about a month ahead. So it's quite mad. We've got a lot of training over the summer, and then of course we can't.
Are you all vaccinated, or are any of you trying a Djokovic move? Sneak through?
I've had 5. I'm due another one Monday or Tuesday next week. Some hand signals going on there. We haven't disconnected during half time, so we're still live anyway. Second half is underway. Northern Thunder here. Well, not real.
I can't see Thunder losing this, but that's only because
of
we can't ever see them not scoring.
No, and they've put the I don't know the chap's name in goal, but he was in goal for the second half when West Brom beat them 6-0 recently. It was 0-0 half time, and we went out second half and put 6 past them, and I think he was in goal.
I think it's Luke Heenan, but
Alright, so Ed's obviously confident that Nottingham won't really threaten much, so that's why he's gone back in, he's in goal now. So if Ed can get a few passes going, then they should be able to break the deadlock at some point this half, I think. But Nottingham have defended very well. Leighton G improving all the time, young player who's come into the squad.
so I've got the new Thunder players are Isaac
Brilliant little
Murray,
passing by Matty and Ed.
Luke Heenan and Dan O'Brien. The player wearing number 1 at the moment, according to the list I've got, would be Isaac Murray, but someone else said Luke Heenan was here this weekend, so I'm afraid we're not quite sure
We're none the
if
wiser.
it's Luke or
6-0 to Teesside, mate.
we'll
This is a
we'll
chance
find
up,
that
yeah,
out.
back post. Ed just didn't hit that. If he'd have put a bit more power onto that, would have probably got it to Matty Harrison. So Northern Thunder, 2-on-1. I didn't see that myself, but 2v1. So really good starts to that this morning for West Brom, and also very impressive from the Spy. Absolutely.
Did you watch the Aspire game?
I did. I was sitting behind the goal. Very impressive. It was 5 or 6 half time, wasn't it?
It was.
So incredible football. Really, really good by Dan and Brad. So you can see what they're being included in the England squad. If you saw them play this morning, Dan McCallum, really good 2-touch play and balls through gaps to Brad, and just short, sharp front bumper finishes from Brad Bates. Not every goal has to be smashed in. Just got to be there for the tappings. To be fair, I got a couple of tappings myself this morning, so I must admit I do like my big reverse spin goals. But
can you remember the first goal for West Brom today? So it was a passing move between Marcus and Chris.
Yeah, okay.
I think you were at the back of the goal. Marcus deftly put it in towards the far post, away from him. Brad Gilbert came flying in.
Oh, Matt Gilbert.
Matt Gilbert touched it.
Oh, he just, yes.
And I saw him look at the ref with a like, that's mine, isn't it? I don't know who it was given to in the end.
It's Matt Gilbert's goal.
Was
Marcus
given to
is not happy. I can show you messages on our group. But no, he's not happy. Matt didn't it, Matt.
So what's the protocol? If it's going in, you're meant to leave it.
No, you got to make sure. I mean, I think it was obvious going in, but
Were you commentating a couple of weeks ago when it was one of the, I think it was an Eels player, came out the blue, and you said you've got to make sure.
right.
And the attacking players, I think it was Nottinghamshire, didn't. Maybe it was Nottingham in the Championship, didn't make sure, and the Eels player pulled off this remarkable save. But to your point, Matt finished it.
Yeah.
I
mean, to be fair, when you're, depends on your angle. I mean, I had a great view. I was on the sideline. I could see it was going in. My Matt didn't need to touch it. But when you're at the side of the post and your vision isn't that great, or you can't move your head that much, you can't actually. It's hard to tell sometimes whether it's going in or just past the post. The post is only thin, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you've only got to be wrong by a couple of centimetres, and it could go the wrong side of that post. So it's always best to follow in. It's always best to get in good habits. We actually did a coaching drill, and this is with some of the younger guys at West Brom this week, whereby we are setting to shoot, first time, but then if it misses and goes past the far post, someone needs to be coming in. That's definitely needs to happen. That's a great ball from it. Oh no, it's kind of gone out.
That was interesting.
He tried to get more power on that. You see the way he turned his chair and really tried to generate some power on that, but
now,
accuracy
on the
lost.
spin, obviously players got different levels of upper body mobility. Some players look to me like they also twist their body into the spin to put extra momentum on it. Do you think is that
No, I do think, and when I can also tell you something else, when you're in a one-on-one battle with certain players, they'll like lean into you.
right?
I won't
So the
mention.
chair gets a...
But this is where I think the classification side of things needs to be a bit more firmer, because a player who's got that strength shouldn't be able to do that. I don't think.
You mean shouldn't be allowed to play
Shouldn't-
the game?
Well, no, I seriously think there's a question mark around, whether that should be allowed. Because
How
you're
can
using your
how can
strength.
you... I understand the
Mm.
challenge. I don't know how you would officiate that.
Well, when they, it's not up to the referee. I wouldn't say it's up to the classifiers, but I can think of a couple of players. I won't name any names because we're live and I don't want to get us shut down. But there are some players playing who are obviously physically stronger. This is why we've got two different types of classification. In my eyes, we do need a third group of classification. You could do like a 1, 1.5, and a 2.
Right.
Because I admit that I'm a PF1, but I'm not as bad as other players. I won't mention players, but you can look around now, and I've got more movement in my limbs than say number 12 has there.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at, So, but yet, we are the classified the same. So to me, that's wrong.
But with 4 on a team,
But yeah,
two classifications.
I would do it by
about-
points. I would do it by a point system.
Okay.
Where you have you've got to apply 5. Your point system's got to add up to 5 or 6 maybe. So a 1 would be a 1, and you could even have we could have a 1, 2 and PF3. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be. I'd go, because at the minute it's black or white, but we know there's many shades of grey in between. 50 in fact.
Yeah, it's just so we were talking about that
Yeah.
because of Ed's spin, and Ed can really
Yeah.
only do it with the chair.
Yeah,
whereas I've
that's what I
seen
mean. I'd be the
other
same.
players
But
look like they turn their body in to give it an extra
Yeah.
bit of momentum.
no, there is players out there. I do think that needs to be looked at. An element of the game needs to be looked at.
What about the chair height as well? Does it? So not necessarily. Yeah, I suppose the height. So Sam Langley's a very tall player in his chair, relatively.
Yeah.
There's the Nottingham Forest chap who used to play. I think he swapped his chair. now.
Gary Meakin.
He played very.
That's a
tall,
goal.
didn't he?
Nottingham have scored.
Whoa,
Nottingham. I'm sorry, we need to focus on this. Nottingham have scored.
McNaught.
Jack McNaughton. I think it might be his first goal of the season. I'm not too sure. That was a cracking move, and this is a real shock result here.
Well,
Or
it's not a
shock-
result
Not
yet.
result yet. So I'm just going to correct myself. It's a shock scoreline.
12, just under 12 minutes left.
Not the end that Thunder would have wanted, but Nottingham have thrown themselves a huge lifeline in the battle at the bottom. I do think, if you don't mind me saying, Nottingham are a bit like Everton in the power chair world. They always manage to stay up or get out of it. So do Everton. They should have gone this year.
And then
Oh.
Nottinghamshire, long heritage.
Very long heritage. I think they were one of the original clubs, weren't they?
That's
To
what I was asking.
Go
Yeah.
back, I think they're on full time and the records as one of the founding clubs. I think, yeah, definitely. So,
And Nottingham Forest and Nottinghamshire
yeah.
aren't related as clubs in the same way that West Brom, there's that umbrella.
I don't think. I think that's a bit of a cagey one myself. I don't know enough about it. I know the same van brings both sets of chairs. So I don't know. I'm not too sure really. I wouldn't like to comment. It's the same people, staff in terms of coaches, I believe. But no, it's just the way they've set them up differently. I think. But
But one of them very clearly associated with Forest.
yes. Oh yeah,
Club.
definitely. 100%. Yes, so interesting final 10 minutes here, Northern Thunder.
Now, they're a seasoned team, Nottinghamshire. They know how to defend. I don't
Yeah.
think they're not going to get overexcited.
And I tell you what, Leighton G's improved loads. He's getting them out, nothing spectacular, but just keeping Ed occupied. This now is about game management for Nottingham. This is about using your brain more than anything. This is where the technical side of the game is not important for Nottingham. This is where the sort of mental and emotional element comes in. Is what I said earlier. You don't need to do anything now other than defend. Just concentrate,
So
manage
you've
the
just
game.
said that. Hadfield's gone very high,
Yes, yeah.
playing against Common, who can thread the ball through the eye of a needle.
But like that then, G wasn't doing anything. He was just taking the ball into the corner.
Right.
If he can get a flick out, great. If not, we'll keep it down there. Thunder ain't going to score while the ball's up there, are they? So no, this is the difference between the top teams. As you say, they're a seasoned team. Sam Langley will be, and Matt Hadfield, I would have thought here, will be really being sensible. Of course, Joe Kerrison left Nottingham. Did you see that one? So this is Joe would have been here today, but
Right.
he left before this weekend.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mark Kerrison's son, and Steve's at St George's, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have only got 4 players now, I think, Nottingham.
Well, did Joe gone any? I mean, there's no transfer window. Just
I don't know, internal political situation, I'm not too sure.
so is next season or the summer, is that going to be one of the busier transfer
think
windows? Do you think?
I think it will be. I think you'll see a few clubs, spending money like Nottingham Forest and Man City of the real world. You know what I mean? Yeah. From what I've heard, obviously I think it's quite well known that someone may leave West Brom because he's going to university up in North. This is a big chance there for Ed, and he just stopped. So yeah, I think you'll see a bit of player movement. I'm sure Nomads will be in the market for players as well again.
So that seems harsh. In that, Nomads were I can't remember if they were an 8-person squad.
7, I believe. I think it's
all merited their place in that squad as championship champions. And yet, by the same token, you'd want a bit. It's a very young squad. You would want a bit of experience. And
it's a young squad, and many of the players that Brad signed came from Premiership clubs who weren't getting much game time. So it's whether now they can, sort of do themselves justice at that level, or will he have to still bring in more experience to sort of help them stay up? I think the aim will definitely be to stay up. It's not anything more than that. You look at the teams around them, above them, you've got your West Brom, you've got Aspire. There's no way they're going to be anywhere near that level yet. Maybe in a few seasons' time. Teesside will be strong next season. Leeds are going to be strong. It's a hint as to what I know there about player transfers. Newcastle, I think, are going to be strong.
How appealing is Premiership football? So,
in what way? Depends. Go on. In what way do you mean?
Move clubs, train. So you've got Eels coming up, who've got a very stable squad.
They have, yeah. It's whether they can cope. They have got. Oh no! They have got a cup. It's in. That's in.
Oh, I don't know.
I think that's a goal. I do think that's a goal. Okay. I think that's a goal. To goal, 1-1.
So there was a discussion there, the refs and the linespeople checking that it crossed the goal before.
Well, the referee had the best view, so.
Yeah, I think he was double checking. Well, he was double checking, but good officiating there, as good as you can get in the absence of VAR.
I don't get why he didn't ask the linesman who was actually on that side instead of the one that was being blocked by 2 chairs, but well, still. I thought it was a goal. It did roll in. It's allowed to go in off the post. I know the post moved.
The post moved, didn't it?
But the post moved, but if that was solid, if the chair hadn't have touched it, it would have gone in off the post, if that makes sense.
No, because the keeper was in the way.
It wasn't. He should have been on the line. He was behind. He was left the gap. I think you watched that game.
1-1.
That's 1-1.
And it was
Go and use your
common
screen
with
for
an unusual goal for Ed. He doesn't
he won't have
normally
scored
bundle
many
him over the
there.
line.
He won't have scored. It's a Marcus Harrison goal.
Yeah.
No, Ed won't have scored many then, but he won't care. He won't care.
So earlier on, I've no idea who's leading the Golden Boot. You any idea?
I think it's Marcus.
Was that why Brad stealing one off him was a bit
Oh
he
yeah.
was unhappy with.
I think he was unhappy. Yeah. I
Is
also
he
got
way
two.
ahead? I don't know what the
No, it's very close.
Right,
It's very,
okay.
It was Dylan was top, but he's now finding himself further
Dylan
back.
Kelsall was Golden Boot. I don't mean that as
No,
but-
he was, but now he's our goalie. Well,
Oh,
not our goalie,
yeah,
but
yeah.
the player who's
I was
playing second
surprised he
pivot.
would have been West Brom's top scorer given.
Yeah,
the
well,
five you got
I've
around
got
the team.
13. I think Marcus has got 17, 18.
Right,
Matt Gilbert's got about 14, 15. So we're all pretty close.
right, sharing it out.
Sharing it all out, sharing the love. We need to start counting assists, you know. We need to do it. We need to do it because assists.
You can sit and watch 400 hours of footage and mark
I
this.
feel like I've been doing that anyway.
You said you only had 10 weeks off, so that'll do it. What will assists do for you? It's just a nice stat.
It's a nice stat. It's, you know, I think assists are, you know, this is where Colin Gordon, the England head coach, talks a lot about. You know, people love a good booming ball that goes from left to right and whatever, but he loves the short passes that say, you know, I could be out on the wing and I'll just do a simple front bumper to say Ed or John, and it'll be like, you're right, go on lads, switch that, finish that. And those are the special passes, and it's those type of passes, and the ones that literally winger comes in, squares it to the winger, and then they pop it in.
So
Things like
here
that.
we go, little pressure.
I would
from
have a lot of
Thunder.
assists, honestly. Not as many as like Chris and John and all that, but I would have a lot.
So last 3 minutes, an unexpected result here, in that it looks like, well, not a result yet,
Oh
but
yeah,
currently
go again. Oh, needs to be ready for that. It's a chance. that's a
Nottinghamshire
chance,
went
isn't
1-0 up against
it?
Thunder, who took 7 Oaks apart this morning.
Did I? What score was that?
It was 3 or 4-0. You know, it was a straightforward win.
You never know
Um,
what 7 Oaks are going to turn up, though, do you, really? Because they seem to be mixing the players up a little bit. I saw
Looked like
Greg
a
Baxter
strong
out
squad.
wide. And yeah, I just think they've hit a bit of a rut at the moment. I'm not too sure. You asked me earlier, what about Premiership football? What was that question?
The draw? I,
Yeah.
you know, will you move to teams who've gone up and into the Premiership? And therefore, does that unsettle squads when people
100%.
are getting in?
100%. I think it depends on your ambition within the sport. So if you're a player that really wants to play Premiership and develop into the England pathways and development squad and play for England, then I think you do need to be playing Premiership football, which there's no written law to say that. But I think obviously it's a different game in the Premiership, and I think you just ask some of the Fossils players, for example, who have come up from Dudley last season, they can see how much more physical it is, how quicker it is, you know, and the skill levels are much higher. You know, so it is an eye opener. It is an eye opener, but I think if a club comes calling and they want you and you can get to training, then it's a kind of individual decision, really. It's not something I would probably do. But we have plenty of players, you know, Emily Julian, for example. You know, she's a championship player, but travels from Cornwall to West Brom to train. You know, that's just a championship example. You've got Marcus Harrison, obviously, he's from Liverpool. Done it for years, he has now, to come to play for West Brom.
So last minute here, it's looking like it's 1-1, which will mean that Thunder can't do better than third. So then it's just West Brom and Aspire scrapping it out, and it just gives a little hope to Nottinghamshire that they can move away from third from bottom and out of the playoffs. Sorry, second from bottom and out of the playoffs, or secure third or higher, because this year third or higher is safe because Thunder are leaving the leagues, and therefore there's only one relegation and one playoff. Usually there'll be 2 relegations.
Could be the same in the bottom in the championship as well, because there's some teams that could be folding in that league as well. Last chance here for Thunder. Clock's on 2 seconds. Could be a little bit of added time, I would have thought.
What's
What's going on
surely
here?
this is where
They're
they're
happy
just
with
killing
the point.
time, I hope.
They're happy with the point, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Good on them.
No, good performance, good professional performance. This has been, it's a set ball for you going to blow the whistle.
Why? Just not moving.
Yeah, because he has to be wedged for 3 seconds and then
Okay.
it's a set ball.
So even if it's rolling, or
It should be
just
wedged. It should be
so
stationary. Or
right.
carried, wedged between two chairs, as in driving it off the pitch.
So
or
if the
something.
players are just tippy tapping,
Yeah, a referee will
that's
generally say this is boring for us
Right.
playing football. We're in
Ref
stoppage
looked at
time.
his watch. 1-all. A tremendous outcome for
That's it.
Nottinghamshire. Well done.
1-1. Big point for Nottingham in the relegation battle. What does that do to the standings?
Reading glasses
Looks
required
like
for
a
the table.
10-0 Teesside
So
win.
I've got Nottinghamshire on now on 10 points with a better goal difference than Brighton. So I think Nottinghamshire are now ahead of Brighton,
Wow.
with matches to come for Nottinghamshire.
What was that? 20-0 I just saw on your screen.
Nottinghamshire yet to play Leeds, Teesside and Bournemouth, so you'd
No.
expect them to hope for points from Bournemouth.
Okay.
And Brighton yet to play Teesside, West Brom, Bournemouth and Aspire. So again, probably the Bournemouth fixtures, if the table's right, the goal differences are significant. 10 different. Brighton are 10 worse off than Nottinghamshire. So a solid performance from Nottinghamshire against Bournemouth. Looks likely like it will keep them in the league. So
Interesting stuff ahead.
next to follow on this pitch at 1 o'clock, Leeds versus Throssels, and at 1 o'clock on Court B, Aspire versus Sevenoaks.
Cool.
We shall have a break and join you later.
Gonna go for the break now. Have a good day, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this 4:45 fixture, slightly early, between West Bromwich Albion and Brighton. Apologies for the delay in comms, I couldn't quite reach my headset. Already, West Brom 1-0 up. Obviously Brighton playing with just 3 players, so there will be plenty of space for West Brom to exploit a team that love to get their passing game going and use any space available to them. Obviously looking to keep pace with Aspire, keep the pressure on at the top of the table. Ahead of, as Dillon just hits the post there. Another opportunity to double their lead. Just 2 minutes in. I'm joined by Mr. Ryan Sipple.
How are you?
I'm right, thanks, mate.
Yeah, apologies. The game kicked off far sooner than we had expected. I was just trying to get a nice sugary snack from the vending machine. But yeah, final game of the day on Court A. Really significant set of fixtures at 4:45, or certainly they were scheduled for kick-off at 4:45. West Brom currently back on top with this 1-0 lead over Brighton and Hove Albion. 3-player Brighton and Hove Albion, it may be worth noting. On Court B, another one of the games of the season between Northern Thunder and Aspire, just as significant to the title race as this one is, in front of myself and Greg.
Path just rolls that one out for a goal kick to West Brom. We'll run you through the lineups as Mr. Sipple tucks into his sugary snack from the vending machine.
This is the first thing I've eaten all day. I just need a little bit of sugar. As I said, this kicked off far sooner than it should have. Dylan Kelsall across the box, nice exchange passing, finishing with nearly a sensational goal off the back of Dave Lewis's chair. Is he going to try and squeeze it in that right hand post? He isn't able. Kelsall finds Lewis. Very congested in that Brighton half. But please, go through the team lineups, Greg.
As he takes another bite of the Twigs. Get the tiny violins out for Ryan.
12.
It's 12, is it? So, my bad. How dare I? Yes, the 2 lineups. So, West Brom, Chris Gordon, wearing the goalkeeper jersey. Lewis Harris operating as Chris there. Gets the second goal for West Brom. Far too much space on the edge of the box.
Yeah, another great goal. What I will ask, Marcus Harrison got a yellow card in the last game. Is he suspended for this one? Because he's on the sideline.
He must be.
So that's significant. Certainly, had he got the yellow card in this game, he would have missed the Aspire matchup. So,
Or are they just not playing him for risk of...
potentially, but that's a dangerous thing to do against a 3-player Brighton, which, should this play out as we would expect it to, West Brom will be very dominant, very one-sided. There'll be very highly contested battles as there was in that Villa Rockets game. So I'll have to ask for clarification regarding that, but Marcus Harrison doesn't look like he will feature in this game. The only substitution on the bench for West Bromwich Albion is that of Matt Gilbert, one of the players chasing top goal scorer across the PTC Therapeutics Premiership of the 22-23 season.
Surely you'd think Marcus must be suspended, because this would be an opportunity he'd eye up to extend his lead at the top of that top
exactly
goal
that.
scorer.
I obviously commentated the game between West Bromwich Albion and Villa Rockets, him getting a yellow card, and I was essentially saying between that and the Aspire, when I've commentated across Aspire Newcastle, suspensions, cards could play a huge factor into potential suspensions for the cup fixture next weekend. Should Aspire and or Newcastle have anyone suspended in their final game of game week 5, they will miss out on the cup. I think Ethan Fisher's 1 yellow card away from being suspended for a game. Depending on how that falls within Newcastle's schedule, it could be the cup fixture he misses.
change of tactic here for Brighton, as that ball finds the back of the net from Dylan Kelso. It's my co-commentator, still eats his twirl. Ball there, whipped across by Dave Lewis, and an unmarked Dylan Kelso back post, whose shot was rather down the middle, but managed to still find the back of the Brighton net. Kick off again now for Brighton. Just those three Brighton players, Nicky Baker, James Mason and Path Gakwad. It's a lovely ball from Dylan, and it's found its way into the back of the net. I think there was a little bit of communication there, miscommunication there between Mason and Baker.
Yeah, a completely avoidable goal there for Brighton to concede. Just that mix-up between, as you just rightfully said, between Mason and Baker, not understanding the placement of their chairs, and somehow Dave Lewis thread the eye of the needle to register West Bromwich Albion's fourth.
Yep, that's number 4. Bit of excessive force there from Dylan Kelso, but referee Pete Taylor playing on the advantage. As I said, look, there's plenty of space for West Brom to exploit when they're playing 3 players. This is fluid passing. Oh, what a goal that is!
A fantastic goal from Dave Lewis, who has really showed up in game week 5. I do want to comment on how, as you said, how fluid, how free-flowing, how accurate their passing is, transitioning from their defensive half to the attacking half of Brighton. But they didn't demonstrate this against Villa.
I was going to say there's a lot more space in this game for them than there is. Villa very compact at the back, known for their defensive solidity.
So whilst this serves in increasing their goal difference, I don't necessarily know if it serves in best preparing them for the Aspire game tomorrow at 10:30. Their next game in the final weekend of action.
Well, it could be a bit of a confidence boost, you know, get the...
Oh, completely.
Get
completely.
the goals up.
Well, I think that is something they're potentially that have been lacking across the first few games of the day, is that confidence. They certainly weren't putting these sort of passes together against Villa Rockets. That being said, I didn't watch them against Throssels, and they did win 5-0 against a very solid unit that is Throssels. So I don't want to do West Brom a disservice, but as we say time and time again, we judge them by their own standards that they've set. And that is the absolute highest.
They are definitely utilising the space available to them. Good clearance there by James Mason. Just get out your half. Try and get any respite you can, because it's going to be a long 40 minutes for the Seagulls.
So I apologise if you see on your screens that it's 4-0. I believe it is 5-0. Try and get that updated as soon as possible.
Lewis. So see Dave Lewis, because obviously there is Lewis Harris on the court at the minute. That's a beautiful ball from Lewis Harris to Dave Lewis, who's really done well there. It was an excellent save from Nicky Baker to save the initial attempt from Dave Lewis. But the winger, as you said, having an excellent game week 5.
So you should have confirmation of them goals. 6-0, as it looks like.
No, bit disallowed for turn 1.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, apologies. We're trying to keep tabs on both games due to the significance of both of these fixtures.
It was a, as I said, great save from Nicky Baker. Dave did so well just to readjust, far away to across to Dylan. Kelso at the back post, who had a open goal, buried the chance, and they've made substitution and a little bit of a formation tweak after that 6th goal. Matt Gilbert coming on for Lewis Harris. Dylan moving into that first, second pivot role.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. With just over a quarter of this game played, West Brom lead by 6-0. If they take just the confidence from this, as you said, I just want to see that game against Aspire be as competitive as possible. It's looking like, certainly, considering the form that both Aspire and West Brom bring to this final weekend, as Dave Lewis forces an effort and save off from Nicky Baker. If we consider the form they brought into game week 5, they should take maximum points from all other games, barring the one against each other. Obviously, Aspire's most difficult game now against Northern Thunder. Just simply looking at the placement of the table and the lack of options that Northern Thunder have, Aspire would expect to win, but Northern Thunder have been impressive today.
Maybe what you'd say is, as a ball to the back post from Glenn Kelsall, well blocked by Path Gaikwad, who pulls it away. What you'd say is both sides, the form they bring in, would expect all 3 points from every game, but obviously the fact being that they can't all get maximum points because they play each other.
Yeah.
Unlucky ricochet there off Gaikwad's chair. Quick kick in taken by Chris Gordon. James Mason just 180s that outside.
So yeah, but it's unfortunate for Brighton, who just slip into the relegation zone. I think an earlier point for Nottinghamshire against Northern Thunder, of all teams, give them the advantage in that race for survival. It'll be interesting to see how it adapts and changes. Worth noting that obviously Northern Thunder are folding at the conclusion of this season. Brighton will have to have a real recruitment drive if they are to participate in the 23-24 season. So a lot to be confirmed, but you just got to play what's in front of you, and that is the case. Certainly with Nottinghamshire, who look like they would have secured safety. They have a far more favourable goal difference, and that's not even considering the 6 goals that West Bromwich Albion have secured in the opening 13.5 minutes of this game.
As there is 1-0 for Aspire.
Yes, so
Dan McClellan getting the goal, and that puts Aspire
back to the top.
Correct. Very difficult, as you say. This puts, well, with Thunder folding, this will put Brighton into that playoff game. Actually, that crucial point for Nottinghamshire against Northern Thunder.
Yeah.
Both sides play Bournemouth tomorrow, I believe.
Gilbert trying to reverse onto it. Nicky Baker alert. They've just made an adjustment, Brighton. James Mason now adorning the red goalkeeper jersey.
Back wearing that, yeah. Back wearing that goalkeeper jersey.
I will commend the resilience of this Brighton side. I think they've had 3 players for 2 or 3 weekends. Considering the team that they started this season with, Luke Kelly, Matt Francis, Seb Finch.
It seems like a different season.
It does. And they started the campaign incredibly well, and it looked like they were going to go on to achieve a lot. But unfortunate player departures have meant that they've been depleted with regards to numbers. And despite that, they've picked up important points along the way. And that's good. Some healthy contact between Dave Lewis and James Mason. James Mason doesn't shy away from any challenge. Arguably the standout performer in this Brighton side. Another adjustment.
And off goes Dave Lewis.
Yeah.
Back on comes Lewis Harris.
I think he looks a bit frustrated at his substitution, but some fantastic goals from Dave Lewis.
Dylan back wide.
I think that's probably, certainly from a mutual outside perspective, that's probably one of the reasons I would say that West Brom haven't hit the heights that they would expect for this season. it's they continually test and trial. I don't think even Chris Gordon knows he's best for and in what position to play them. Dylan Kelso was in the centre for what, 5 minutes, and already has been adjusted and put out wide. None of the players can get necessarily comfortable occupying in any one position. Maybe it's that, or that he's trying to ensure his players are versatile and they can operate in any one of the 4 positions. Who knows?
I do agree. I think they've been chopping and changing. That's a brilliant ball. Oh, that's beautiful 1-2
that's
there.
A really, really nice goal. Finished off by Dylan Kelsall. Again, I think that takes him within 1, possibly, of Marcus Harrison, but I don't know their scorers from their earlier game against Russell, so he could very much be staking a claim to be top goal scorer.
I believe Marcus was top on 20, Matt Gilbert was on 17.
They were both on 17, himself and Dylan Kelsall, prior to this game anyway. I don't know if full-time data takes into consideration the goal scorers of the games at this stage, so we'll try to make sure that you have that information, but the race is hotting up for top goal scorer. I hope one player wins by a margin. I've already had to get two awards produced for the championship division.
That was a goal. Sorry, a goal. That was an attack from real back to front. There was playing casually across his box to Chris.
What this game has allowed West Brom to do is just play with that freedom that they've seemed to have lacked over the last few games. Have the confidence to go back to Chris Gordon as the most defensive player. It's what we kind of come to expect from West Bromwich Albion, that ability and that confidence to go back to their most defensive player. Typically Chris Gordon, but not exclusively by any stretch.
This is the West Brom we've been used to seeing for the last 4 years or such. But it's now 2-0 to Aspire on Court B. It is all going to come down to that game tomorrow.
It certainly looks like it. It certainly looks like it. Obviously both of them, that's not their final game of the game week 5. There is still a game following that 10:30 clash of the Titans. But surely that result would tip the scales in favour of the winner. James Mason into Path Gakwad, trying to make something happen for Brighton. Quickly scooped up by Lewis Harris. Final minute of the half. West Bromwich Albion 7, Brighton 0. Back to Gordon, to Gilbert. Gilbert's a fantastic player. Don't think he necessarily gets the credits or plaudits he deserves, as he forces an effort and a save from James Mason.
I give Brighton credit because this was 6-0 at like 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've settled into this game, relatively speaking.
But the fluid passing from
It's
West
that,
Brom
it's
is
going back, and they didn't do that against Villa. Villa obviously had that 4th player worth considering, and they were a bit more keen to press with their attacking wide players, but this is the West Brom that we've come to expect.
Chris Gordon battling with Path Gakwad. He's done well to get round him and win the set piece.
Yeah.
One kick in, just relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, we've had the regulation 20, now into it. Any additional time? I doubt there'll be very much, despite them 7 goals. There's been a few breaks in play. James Mason just trying to reorganise Path Gakwad's positioning. Just get in front of Matt Gilbert's chair. Have to hurry up. Back to Nicky Baker. Nice technique on his dead ball hit, James Mason. And Pete Taylor blows his whistle for half time. West Bromwich Albion 7, Brighton 0. Just before myself and Greg leave you for the half-time break, I'm sure you'll join me, Greg, in congratulating Owen Swift on meeting and matching and reaching 100 National League goals. So huge congratulations to Owen.
Yes, he's thoroughly deserved it. Landmark occasion. He's been playing for far too long now, as I said on the Facebook page. Probably a sign to hang up the old boots now. Thoroughly deserved, great achievement.
Well done, Owen.
Back in the second half. Don't worry, we'll keep him in check tonight. 20 minutes left, come on.
You're actually on. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half of this fixture between West Bromwich Albion and Brighton and Hove Albion. separated by 7 impressive goals for the reigning champions. For the final half of the day, it looks like both Aspire and West Bromwich Albion will be securing maximum points from their 3 respective fixtures today, putting the whole emphasis on their meet tomorrow at 10:30. We will get you more details of that in due course.
It is all set up nicely. All set up nicely indeed. 10:30 tomorrow morning. I hope to see this arena packed as we look to a game that will crown the champions of the PTC Therapeutics Premiership for 2022-23. As we can confirm, Marcus Harrison is suspended.
He is suspended. Just the 7, yeah. Marcus Harrison coming to confirm his suspension.
That white, you can hear a whiny little voice. It's Marcus in the background.
It came in a good time, to be honest, because had he been suspended in this one, he would have missed that matchup with Aspire. So a blessing in disguise. Probably damages his hunt for top goal scorer, currently leading the charts. Whether that is still the case following goals from Dave Lewis and Dylan Kelsall in that first half, we will confirm shortly. But I'm sure if you was to talk about individual accolades, they would be irrelevant if you was to be offered the Premiership trophy instead. So
yeah, impressive 5 in a row.
yeah, that would be unprecedented. It really would. To go through the team lineups quickly: Chris Gordon in goal, Lewis Harris in front, Dylan Kelsall and Matt Gilbert. Brighton obviously unchanged, having only 3 players at their disposal: Nicky Baker, James Mason, Parth Gakwad. Thank you to all that have tuned in across our fixtures today, both across the Pro My Sport and WFA YouTube channels. Kicking off shortly on Court B will be the second half in the fixture between Aspire and Northern Thunder. Currently 2-0 to Aspire. So Brighton trying to figure out a way back into this game. It's their first real chance at goal across the 21 minutes we've had. Gilbert across the pitch, blocked by Gakwad.
You're just trying to get some confidence, aren't you, for Brighton? Maybe a consolation goal or 2. There are always options. I mentioned this when I commentated the Brighton versus Villa game, as Matt Gilbert fires a pass across to Dylan Kelsall. There's Harris back into Dylan Kelsall, ball across, back across. Can Dylan get there? What a goal that is!
I have to applaud that one. A well-worked opportunity, finished off with a fantastic finish from the number 27, Dylan Kelsall. Full credit to that young man. Obviously was unlucky to miss out on the World Cup squad. Nevertheless, he's getting his head down and trying to spearhead West Bromwich Albion's hunt for that 5th trophy.
Sorry, Ryan. That was a stunning goal.
Yeah, it really was nice. We've seen some nice ones today, haven't we, Greg? Some of the ones in the Spires. Oh, James Mason let it go, and an opportunity here once again. He's just picking. The passes are being just accurate, precise, just zigzagging from one side of the court to the other.
We've said it in the first half. This is the West Brom we've come to expect.
Yeah.
it's a Dylan Kelsall masterclass to me. That's another 2. That surely puts him above Marcus Harrison now.
So certainly the ones that I've watched, I think I missed the first goal. I'm not sure who registered that, but that's certainly at least 4 for Dylan Kelsall. So had that have been accurate, the stand-ins that we are currently viewing, it puts him 1 above Marcus Harrison. But I'd have to look at the goal scorers for their earlier game. Either way, an impressive total and tally for Dylan Kelsall. Harris now couldn't quite get the angle on that pass.
Lost track of what I was saying before. I've two incredible goals have gone in, and I've lost track of what I was saying before. So that's what I was saying. With your again, look, they're going again. Look at this. Sometimes it's hard to commentate when football this good is being played, because you've got to remember you're not just watching it, you've got to describe it.
This is what I've waited to see all season. Not to do him discredit for some of the performances he's had, but I wonder if the pressure's almost off Dylan now. Now he knows he's not part of that 8 travelling to Sydney. He can just play with a bit more freedom, with not having a burden over him, and we're seeing it here, playing with that, just that real determination, drive to experiment, and his connection with the ball, just simple passes like that one back to Chris Gordon in the centre, are a lot easier said than done, and you can understand why they're utilising him. Look at that pass over to Matt Gilbert, evaded the reverse in James Mason. And if you want an advert for Power Chair Football, once again, time and time again, he's picking the pass between the defenders of Brighton. You're speechless, Greg.
I've got to remember, I'm sat here mouth agape just watching. This is, I try not to. It's almost like a training session for West Brom. Just the continuous movement. Look at that, 180 back to the second pivot, back in there. This is
some of the most impressive. I really want to preface anything we say with the fact that we understand that there's only 3 Brighton players. But typically how teams line up, there would be an advanced player. If Brighton had a 4th player, they would probably occupy a position in the West Bromwich Albion half due to the defensive structure and avoiding 2-on-1s. So with that in mind, we can still appreciate how impressive, and a really unfortunate deflection, probably an own goal for Parth Gakwad. We've really got to just commend this all-out attacking effort from the reigning champions, who now are in double digits, 10-0.
I want them to take this into the Smile game tomorrow, because it'd be an sensational game tomorrow if this is the way West Brom play.
It's probably because Marcus Harrison isn't playing. They've got that freedom to just
they've not got the rat, the rat just in the way. He just gets in the way, does Marcus? They're enjoying themselves now.
Yeah, just for reference, we're not throwing Marcus under the bus. He is to our right. Not anymore. Gilbert.
There.
All the way back to Gordon, to Dylan Kelsall. Nice interception from Parth Gakwad.
Confirmed what you said earlier. Marcus about individual honours. Okay. Doesn't care about the great football they're playing, but he's making comments about top goal scorer.
I think, did he win it last year? I think he did in the Premiership.
Yes, I believe he did.
As long as he scores them goals for England at the World Cup, I don't care. Gilbert. All the way back to Gordon. He's going to try and find Harris. Harris to Gordon. Just ushered down to Dylan Kelsall. Back to the captain on the edge of their half. Gilbert to Harris. Just this square around the Brighton defence. And for the first time this half, certainly, Dylan Kelsel's pass doesn't meet its intended target. Look at that. They're playing with confidence, they're playing with freedom. And I did say it at the start of the game, or certainly within the first half, does this serve as the best preparation for the Aspire game? In hindsight, I think it does, because they're just building some momentum, increasing their confidence ahead of arguably their most important game, without question their most important game of the season. But the significance of that game tomorrow goes beyond just winning the Premiership trophy. It would be a 5th consecutive championship for West Bromwich Albion, and on the flip side, Aspire would prevent a 5th consecutive championship for West Bromwich Albion. So much on the line. But as you said, Greg, if we can get a glimpse of this, 5-10% of this, as Matt Gilbert fires home another, if we can get a glimpse of this in their game against Aspire, looking at the way that Aspire have played today, it could be one of the best games. Whereas before, the game between Aspire and West Brom hasn't fallen on the final day. So they have to play it, they have to be sensible with how they line up and how they address and adopt certain tactics. So they're typically shutouts, they're 0-0s, they're 1-1s. You could safely say whoever wins that game tomorrow wins the league. So both, for me, if I'm Chris Gordon, if I'm John Balding, I'm saying, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Let's put on a show.
Especially if you're Chris, because a draw doesn't suit them at all either.
A draw doesn't suit them. And we would have said, look, open goal. Is Dave Lewis just going to let it go through the net? Unselfish from the West Bromwich Albion number 8. Little smile with his number 27 winger, Dylan Kelsall. Very unselfish.
He flirted with it a little bit there, didn't he?
He did. Worth considering that Dave Lewis is still relatively in the running for top goal scorer. So I think for the wider team dynamic, very, very selfless move from Dave Lewis. So 12-0.
I know.
I forgot what I was saying.
You have to keep saying this is. Yes, we do know there are only 3 players on the pitch for Brighton. There is going to be more space for West Brom to play, but the first 11 minutes of the second half have flown by. It has been a joy to watch. Another
James Mason own goal, that one, but it just relentless, absolutely relentless from the champions.
They're getting the ball and putting it straight back on the halfway line.
Worth considering that, in addition, whilst our emphasis is on the half-10 kickoff, should it end in a draw and Aspire drop points in their final game of the weekend, it could, in some circumstances, come down to goal difference, for which West Brom have a far superior one. Unlikely, but you've got to consider every element and aspect.
Do Aspire not have Brighton tomorrow afternoon?
Good question.
I believe they do.
Okay, that could. So yeah, the final 2 games on Court B: Brighton, Aspire, West Bromwich Albion, Northern Thunder. So it comes down to that one. But let's say hypothetically that West Bromwich Albion beat Aspire, they go level on points, but above them on goal difference. West Brom still have to play Northern Thunder in the final game of the day. So
the only way the title is decided tomorrow in that 10:30 game is if Aspire win. That'll wrap it up. Guy's done well to keep that in. It's well cut out by James Mason there. It's just gotten a little bit tense again, slightly. Not as
I think they've finally, in the 33rd minute, with a 13 goal advantage, just let their foot off the gas slightly And that's probably the first time, certainly in this half, that one of their wingers has completely missed the timing on and connection on a pass or shot, as that probably was from Dave Lewis. To take nothing away from just the positioning, awareness. The interesting thing now, Greg, is how West Brom line up in that game against Aspire tomorrow. Another goal for Dylan Kelsall. That's 14. That's 14 in under 34 minutes.
Marcus has turned his back on it now. He knows.
He's just watching the Aspire Northern Thunder game, which is still separated by 2 Aspire goals. So we have 6 minutes left in this one.
Like I said, this football, especially the second half, has been an absolute joy to watch.
Mason into Gakwad.
There is no let up.
Over to Dave Lewis. Flicked back across the pitch, intercepted by Gakwad. Chris Gordon's going to scoop up. Out to his wing. It's dangerous play. Harris down the line. Can Kelsall make a connection? He does. Over to Dave Lewis. Back to Dylan Kelsall. That is the goal of the game. That is the goal of the game. They played from their defensive half with a little bit of a Brighton press. They went through every player with that finishing touch. That's the goal of the game. And that's compared to some absolute worldies.
Marcus wants it ruled out for the foul. He wants a bit.
I'm running out of superlatives to describe this football. That was the weight of pass.
On every pass along the passage of play.
I want to highlight, we've said it before, Dylan, the 180 where he just delays it and doesn't absolutely hammer it, allows Dave to be able to control the ball.
Cleared off the line via the post. 2 Brighton defenders connect with one another. Flicks back to Chris Gordon. He's going to attempt an effort at goal. Does so just off the front of Dylan Kelsall's front bumper. Just caught in the...
Is there nothing this man can't do? He's making worldy saves as well.
What I was going to say, and I don't know if this is the most helpful comment or not, this Dylan Kelsall gets into the England side. Just playing with freedom, confidence, flexibility, and out wide. I don't know if he's necessarily been utilised there within England's sessions. But I just want him to take confidence from this, to know that he is as good as some of the world's, or certainly the country's leading players. And if it's not this World Cup, it will be the next one. It genuinely will. I said it to him, and I'll say it across commentary. You're seeing the quality he has. And I talk about that burden almost being lifted, of that weight of expectation that was on his shoulders. He was a member of the England squad, was really unfortunate to miss out. But now that's gone. That cloud of uncertainty is gone, whether it's good news or bad news. He's now playing to his fullest capabilities, and I commend him for it. And you could cite any one of these West Bromwich Albion players as they look like they're going to get their 16th. Once again, Dave Lewis, unselfish, to let Dylan Kelsall, the man in question, secure the goal. Marcus Harrison not happy.
Surely fuming.
Surely Dylan's overtaken him now.
He's at least...
How many goals did you get? Did you get any goals in the Throttles game? 1 goal. So you're on 21 goals.
No, he'll be on 20. He was on 20.
Was he on 19 before the start of the weekend, though? I'd have to
Surely.
look. Either way, we'll
Either way-
confirm it. Either way, Dylan Kelsall is top goal scorer.
He's like 4 or 5 clear now. This has been a masterclass from Dylan Kelsall. He's now off the field. He has been subbed.
He needs a rest.
Yeah.
I need to go give him a pat on the back. But again, I don't want to keep harking on about England. But if that does not demonstrate the quality in our country across the board, to the fact that he has missed out on the England squad, he's missed out. You saw what he's done. Other nations need to take note. That's a terrifying prospect.
I was just about to say, if you are the rest of the world, if you weren't already sweating,
he walks into any other nation in the world.
yeah, if you weren't already sweating, start sweating.
Gilbert trying to squeeze the ball between Baker and Mason, approaching the final minute. 16-0 currently.
I would say, do we need to have a discussion about player of the match? We don't, do we?
No.
Carl.
A brilliant finish from Dave Lewis.
He gets it. He gets the goal. He's let a couple go for.
Wow.
Kelso, and now
17-0. And I've completely lost track of who scored how many goals. I know that's at least 3 for Dave Lewis. It looks like Aspire have all but secured their victory over Northern Thunder. I think they're 3-0 to the good now. But in the final minute of this one, we've had 17 goals without reply from the champions.
I think
Chris Gordon's just controlled the game, dictated the tempo from the deepest and most defensive positioning. And that is what they need to go back to. That's what they do so effectively, what teams find it so hard to replicate, because few players can do what Chris Gordon does.
if you're Brighton, I think this is one of the games where you say, right, we've got 3. You just got to sit back and go, they've played some splendid football. There is nothing we could do for at least 13 of these.
Almost a chance for Brighton, but Lewis Harris is going to be there to sweep up. Cool as a cucumber.
That is the full-time whistle.
That is the full-time whistle. Credit and for the resilience that Brighton showed. But if anyone wants to look at power chair football and understand why we love it so much and what the pinnacle of the sport is about, watch that performance. Just the passing, attacking play. But a brilliant, one-sided, dominant performance from the champions ahead of a clash of the Titans tomorrow at 10:30.
You don't want to miss it.
No, you don't. Thank you to all that have joined myself and Greg across both this game and the others. We hope you can join us tomorrow for more action. Thank you all.